There's always some kind of scam, huh?
For crying out loud, fucking day shift. Yeah, that's what I need to wake up to. Yep. Right. Oh boy. Shouldn't have had those beers. I feel like I've got a band around my damn head. Oh, and it's lovely when you wake up halfway through it screaming. Oh, that's the sucky part about quitting the green. Dreams come back, and so do nightmares. Not fun. And unfortunately, I think I must have been reliving somebody's either current or former, what would you call that, hostage situation. Well, there's somebody out there in the basement, that's for sure. When you wake up feeling that your hands are being tied and you wake up screaming help, yeah, that's a bad night. So all of the people locked up in cellars, basements or otherwise, I hope law enforcement's coming for you soon. If I could possibly help you and make that so, oh, believe me, I would. Oh, shit like that I just don't need. Oh, plus I had to eject somebody from the Prems. I wasn't too impressed with him. Oh, it's been a great start to the day. Oh, that's that. Great start to the weekend. I can only hope yours doesn't go anywhere near as badly. Bloody no. It's not nice when you got to do that to people. I don't like being the bad guy when it comes to that. On here, you know, it's no problems. If I have to be a shit, I don't think twice about it. But when you got to do it face to face, people, that sucks. Big time. It doesn't leave you with a good feeling in your stomach. And all it was standing up for my own rights, so it's not as if I was doing anything untoward. But still, I don't like having to be like that with people. It shouldn't come to that. It really shouldn't. Not with people that claim to be smart and are as dumb as a bloody house brick. What? It's not again. You got bloody rocks in your head. Well, bye-bye, Secret Gov. Been nice knowing you. Fuckwit's gone and trusted fucking OYMYO back in again. And badged him. How many times are you going to do this? Swear to God, fuck's sake. Jesus.
Oh, we're back checking.
Oh, hey, how you doing, man?
It's Friday. It's Count Dracula's time. The time when the vampires come out.
What's up, Mr. T? You there? Oh, Mr. T, you there?
Yeah, Rainmaker, how you doing? How's your evening going?
Oh, what's up? What's up?
Well, it's October 9th, on a Friday night. It's Count Dracula's night. You know, guess it's Halloween time, or soon anyways. It's a good joke. A guy invites a date to watch a scary movie. And he says to the girly, he says, you're very scary. She goes, what? He says, I don't think I'm going to be watching no scary movie with you. I'm too scared. Yeah, and they had a lot of pumpkins for sale at the local grocery store. They had those big ones, like anything be 14 or 16 inch in diameter, big pumpkins. Then they had the small ones. They're like 8-inch in diameter. They had a whole crate of small pumpkins and multiple crates of the large pumpkins. They're like 16-inch in diameter, and the other ones were 8-inch. It's kind of cute. Had a lot of people buying pumpkins this evening. Has anyone tried pumpkin soup? Some people say it's good. It all depends how it's prepared, but I've never tried it. Yeah, it's Major Tom to the Rainmaker. Come on in.
I don't think he's listening. He's probably in the other room, trying to convince brain dead people of something they can never believe in. So, oh well.
Well, he hailed at 12:33, but I was busy picking up a drink in the kitchen, so I missed it.
Yeah, I guess I had my volume turned down because I don't know why I didn't hear him. I heard you when you keyed up, but I didn't hear him for some odd reason. It's really odd. I see his key ups now. What's up, Werewolf? Long time no see.
Yeah.
What's up?
Nothing. You rang.
Yeah, you stopped by a few times, and I missed. You came in and said hello to Mr. T, and then you were in here for a while, and then you just disappeared. So, just checking in with you. Yeah, you were saying something about them disconnecting people's cell phones if they don't get the vaccine, and I wanted to just look into that really quick. Whenever you get the chance, if you could just let me know the link or who was saying that.
That was. Let me think who it was. There's a couple people. One of them was, I think Dave Hodges, and the other one was Lisa Havens, and then the other one is your buddy Alex, Mr. Jones.
Okay, you said all I heard was that was, and then you went black. It's probably on my side. I'm getting pummeled by Flutter still.
Yeah, it's Lisa Havens, Dave Hodges, and Alex Jones.
Oh, there you go. Lisa Haven. Gosh. She just, thank you. I do not like her.
I don't know why. She's the one that got me the fucking data that I needed. She's the one that got me the shit. If it wasn't for her, she broke the cap. She gave me the data that I needed. That proved what I was saying a year or plus ago. And she only proved what I was. She had the other part of the data. And me and my buddy that were working on it, we looked at each other. We almost like our mouths hit the floor with like, what? So it was like,
well, they're in charge of getting people to revolt against the government, which is just puppets. They're doing the same thing in Australia. They're trying to get the people to revolt against Australia. Everything's planned,
Yeah, but the government's no good piece of shits anyway. So why are you worried about it? That the government's going to be destroyed? It's a good thing, man. I find it fantastic. They thought they were all powerful. Huh. See what happens when the word of almighty, omnipotent God comes. Fucks them up. And they didn't repent of their sorceries and their witchcraft or their deeds and their murders and their lies and their fornications and their adulteries. They didn't repent. They were like, fuck you, Jesus, we're gonna do it more.
Yeah, but Lisa Haven, Alex Jones is part of the role play. They want their job is to get people to react the way they want the people to react. Keeps the elite in power.
No kidding. That's your job too. Everybody's got a job. Don't be mad at them that they're doing their job.
No, I'm just saying, I hope you're listening to them for the right reasons and not taking what they're saying seriously. You know, and I'm not saying they won't restrict communications. I know they will, but my point is that what their job is to deflect who's doing it, who's behind it. Their job is to make people look the other direction.
Well, it seemed like he was on a roll, and he was saying who these people were that's behind the people that are the front men for what you think they are. And he went deeper into all these other people, and he says there's a couple handfuls of families that run the whole show. And that's the truth. He told the truth, dude. There's no more than just what he just said. A handful of families that run the fucking world. Isn't that the truth? Yeah, in a nutshell. He didn't come down and say, well, it's such and such and such. No, they'd sue his ass.
Well, that's his job, is to tell people who's really behind it. Obviously, he told everybody it was the Rothschilds. That's disinformation. He'll claim it's Soros, or he'll claim it's Biden, and he'll just whatever. It's his job is to tell you the truth about who's behind it and what's going on. They're part of the deception, in my opinion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you keyed up. I stopped keying up because it cut off there for a second. Yeah, but George Soros was a fucking junkers. That's fucking. He was the richest Nazi. The richest Nazi.
Yeah, the bankers created that illusion. He is just designed to keep people's eyes on a lower plane of control, which is not where it's coming from. But no, I watched Lisa. I figured out Lisa Haven years ago. I got turned off from Lisa Haven, to be honest with you. She was just making people go around the bush, round and around and around.
You know what the secret is the Masons and the Illuminati and the Knights Templar and the Knights of the Round Table and the rest of the shit. You know what's really the secret is? America was the secret of the mystery Babylon. That's always been the secret, dude. You know it and I know it. Well, if you didn't know it, you know it now. But I think you did know it.
Well, of course, but probably not in the same way that you know it. The United States was created as a tool to be operated in proxy by the elite in other countries, to be used as a tool to create this one world government. Okay? And then after they use America, and America is supposed to take the fall, the elite go out scot-free, and America takes the fall. That's the whole goal. The United States is to be blamed for everything. And the UN, which they set up also, their second hand will come in and be the savior. And it's the whole thing's a deception.
Listen. When America falls, America's the support column that holds up the rest of the infrastructure. What they don't know is it's the super support that holds the whole infrastructure, that once that collapses, its own weight of itself is going to smash the rest of them into powder. It's prophecy. America needs this. It's what it needs. But see, what you don't know is the rest of the world's going to be punished too. That's the funny part.
Well, that may be the case, but America, the United States is controlled by them, and they set the people up to be used. And so, what do you mean America needs this? The people are going to be blamed, and the system of the United States is going to be blamed, even though it's controlled remotely. America's supposed to take the fall so the elite can get off scot-free. They were behind it the whole time. That's what I'm trying to...
Yeah, but you're like surprised that you realized America's a brothel house. And you're like, well, you like it's a brothel house? Yes, it's a brothel house, man. You act surprised, dude. I don't know why you act surprised.
Let me ask you this: if let's say somebody was controlling the animal, what is it, dog pound or the pet store? No, the animal house. No, not an animal house. The pound, the rescue. Let's say the rescue place for pets. Okay, and the pets were abused, and they lashed out at you. Would you blame the pets? Would you blame the pets for lashing out at you, or would you blame the people that abused them?
Therein lies the coherent problem. You're never going to change them. They're just going to be savages. They're going to bite you. You have to put them out of their misery. That's the only thing, the best hope you have for them is to put them out of their misery. And so they can't hurt anyone else, including themselves. So,
you know, I blame the population and the military for not questioning their actions, not questioning what they're doing. You know, what is an F-16 pilot or a bomber going to do if he's given orders? He's going to follow those orders no matter what, because if he doesn't, what happens? Think about it. What happens if any of these people put in place do not follow orders? They've put in a construct where everybody has to follow this role play, and we're all going along with it unwillingly. You know, why do you think these people make sure that these people, military people, have families? Why do they make sure they have families and kids? Because they want to make sure there's food on the table for their family. So the people are being held hostage. This is the best way to explain it. The people are being held hostage through the money system, through the people that control the resources, food, water, fuel, housing, and forcing us into a socialist dictatorship. Some people may know, but they can't do anything about it, especially if they don't know who's behind it. You know, but if they have the information on who's behind it, you know, you're going to see a lot of people being let go in the military, and a lot of people in high places being let go if they come across the correct information, right? Because they can't have people going around that knows exactly what's going on.
You know, there was a guy in Keep It Real Yo once, I think it was, and he said he was U.S. military about a year ago, and I think it was a year, maybe about 6-8 months, and I said, you know that you're going to be forced to take an injection or you're going to be kicked out of the military, right? And he said, oh man, that'll never happen. That's what he said. And I kept saying, dude, it's coming. And he said, that'll never happen.
Hey, Rainmaker, how's it going? Long time no see.
what's up, dude? Not much. Lincoln, and you act like, you act surprised that they follow the chain of command. Why are you surprised that's how government works? That's how a government works. It's how it's supposed to work. It's how it, without that system of rule, the government falls apart and collapses. So either you agree with it or you don't agree with it. You can't have the cake and eat it too. You got to have one or the other, man.
No, our military is being used as a private military group. I mean, they created others to throw us off, but really our military is being used for private conquest. They're being lied to, but the only way to get them to do what they want them to do is they have to give us a threat here at home. So they're behind that too, you know. They give you threat of terrorists or bad guys, so you force, you know, the military to follow orders. You know, it's the same way they're keeping the police busy. They have all these, oh, look, you could pull over any car and it could have 10 kilos of cocaine and it could have hundreds of, dollars worth of marijuana. So every cop is like watering at the mouth to frickin' pull a car over to find drugs, They're setting everybody up, but it's being done by remote.
It doesn't matter, dude. Judas had his role to play too, man. It has to be done. You're surprised. There's nothing to be surprised about. You cannot change the destiny that is written. Do you understand? You can't change it. You just fucking deal with it. Gulp it down, man. Take the pill.
But it can be stopped. See, they have all the Christians following prophecy, and they're doing nothing because they're told that it's going to happen. So they do nothing. They let it happen. Right? And then afterwards, they get fed to the lions after they figure out that they've been had. I'm trying to tell you who's really behind it. And if they're stopped, then the control structure that's driving us to this pre-planned role play stops. It stops.
Dude, there's only one way out of this, man. If you're thinking of some great fucking ultimate peace and we're all going to be peaceful and shit, dude, you better fucking smoke some dope, man.
Well, they've demoralized mankind in your eyes. And people haven't found the light because they're only thinking about drugs, and the educational system has created that. And the despotism has created that. The human race really isn't like that. The human race are victims. They don't even know it. They're victims of deception. Human race wouldn't have a reason to fight if everybody had a home to go to and if everybody had food, right? Everybody had would stop trying to say, go to their slave job to buy bling instead of, buying stuff to be self-sufficient, But, the system doesn't want you to be self-sufficient. So people keep trying to be self-sufficient against a system that doesn't allow them to be self-sufficient. And so then people give up. And then you see them, the police and the military are there to scoop you up when you fall off the wagon.
What about being half self-sufficient? Like to minimize your, being reliant to the system. Yeah. Make them believe you rely on them, but not totally so, the bare minimum. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. T. You're funny.
It could be done very easily.
Hey, man, we're on fucking Zello, man.
Well, they want us to deforest the forest for freaking homes on the surface when we could be living underground where, the temperature's fair year around. And they have us forgetting that wood contains power and energy to run gasoline engine. People forget about wood gas. People forget about the days where when they ran out of diesel, they had to use wood gas in order to operate their machinery and their trucks. And they actually had these things running even back during World War II. They had generators that ran off wood gas. They were creating electricity from burning wood or smoldering wood because it couldn't flame up because the smoke is what actually has the energy in it, So they have everything ass-backwards. And I'm not even talking about the technology that's kept from us. I mean, there's technology that could free all of us and not have us so dependent and dying and, There's not too many people on this world. There's too many people on this world for them to control in this pyramid scheme. They have everybody believing there's too many people in the world. That's only true with this fake system that they have us on because they're greedy.
Problem about wood gas, at the rate we consume gas, There'd be no trees left anymore. That's the problem. Energy density. It's uncomparable to the petroleum. We dig out those pools deep in the ground. Uncomparable.
But Mr. T, we could fucking take those pools and we can make fucking endless fuel every 4 months. When the dope seeds come in, and I can have endless fucking fuel for my shit. Dude, I gotta go listen to your last conversation, what you were saying, because I wanted to say something and I was gonna iterate something that's fucking fantastic. I'll be back.
Well, how many houses are in the United States? We're not running out of trees. They plant trees in the spot. They're a renewable resource. Oil isn't a renewable resource. Sure, wood gas, you're not going to have a turnkey quick start operation with 300 horses under your foot, but you are going to get to point A to point B, and you can make electricity.
Yeah, we've seen a wood gas stove operate on a video on YouTube. Yep, one guy had put one together and made a video out of it. It worked.
Oh yeah, it works. Oops. They just don't want to have everybody on it because number one, they'll lose money, and they're already trying to make it so it's illegal for us to keep warm using wood. So that's going a little too far. If they use the environment so in a way against us where we can't keep ourselves warm, and keep it's pretty sad what they're doing. It's illegal, I would think. A lot of new places aren't even coming with fireplaces. So you have a problem if you have a lot of these places. If the gas stops, or a lot of places have just electric heaters. The problem is if the electricity goes out or if the gas stops, you can't have any heat. You can always go foraging for wood.
I know what I wanted to say, Mr. T. I know what I wanted to say. Think about this. If I was sent back into the past and there was nothing here, nothing, just the earth and trees, animals, I could replicate. Not that I would, but I think you understand what I'm saying. I could replicate this whole entire fucking place. I know how every fucking thing is made. I could create and replicate everything here. You guys understand what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is you need to get to that spot. I don't give a fuck if you ride the A train, the B train, the C train. I don't care how you get there. Ride the night train. Well, just don't ride the night train, because Everlast rides the night train and he never gets anywhere. And finally arrive at the spot so that fucking we can all be on the same page and shit.
Yeah, I wish. My other device is on and I'm not seeing any activity in here. How come I don't see anyone talking? Is this device jammed too? Holy shit, man.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
I've been here trying to talk. Are you not hearing me? I'm being jammed and my other device is on and I'm not seeing anyone coming across it. Weird. It's like no one's hearing me.
Well, what happens is you talk and then it goes away and then it's like then someone else, but you're still talking. But the channel frees up and it goes to other people who are talking in other channels. But you're still talking, but it won't let me listen to it.
Yeah, I'm just, keeping an eye on my other devices and seeing if I can, that way I can tell if I'm breaking up or not. Testing 1, 2. Okay, I don't know. Okay, that one got through. Let's see. It seems like there's a delay here going on.
Seems like it is too, yeah.
Yeah, this device, my other devices got jammed too. So I guess they're jamming all of my devices, but they're not jamming yours, of course. Not having any lag. Man, they're only targeting me, I guess. Interesting.
Well, they target me, but then they target me and then they beat on me for a while and then they let me go. They realize that fucking beating on me isn't going to work. They figure that abusing me is like some kind of, like, I'm supposed to be like, oh, you got me.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they try to do, but it's some idiot probably sitting at home, working from home, with his headphones on, sitting at his desk, listening to the American people. They're not looking for terrorists. They never were. That's not their job. It's always been their job to see what the population's talking about and censoring them at any cost.
Well, yeah. It goes deeper than that. It goes to a level to where the cognitive understanding, where thousands and millions and billions of people are speaking and talking and conversing, and they have a system that they can look at and see how they're all connected together. I'm giving you a little insight into the government's military secret computer installation systems. I can go into anything I want to go into. They can't stop me.
Oh, I know how deep it's going. I know how deep it goes. Just because I can't cover everything. I know how deep it goes. Trust me. It goes really deep, bro.
Yeah, and I went down to the bottom, and I put mines down there, and I'm gonna blow the place up.
Yeah, well, you can do whatever you want with your little group. Don't involve me in any of your slang terms, please.
Well, I'm just telling you what I did. I already booby-trapped all this shit. It's like a grenade when the pin's pulled out and the fucking lever flips off. There's no putting the pin on, there's no putting it back on, the cap's popped. And it's just a matter of a couple seconds, it's gonna be all over.
No, they can't put the genie back in the bottle, you know. They want to, but I don't think they can put the genie back in the bottle. I know that you think you may be you're all behind it, and I think it's all of us really. But I think that the day that we started releasing information about the families that you refused to look into and refused to actually take seriously. Anyway, the day that I started releasing that stuff, it got big attention for a short time, and then the account was deleted, and I reposted the video on another account. It got a bunch of attention, and ever since then, I've seen them panicking, running in circles, trying to keep us busy with daily routines of propaganda and scare tactics ever since. And if they run out of one scare tactic, well, they'll give you another one just to keep you freaking busy.
Ain't keeping me busy, man. When I woke up, I knew what time it was. I know who the government of the United States is. I know who they were from their very conception and why it was conceived from its point when they even said they fucking found it, it was even a lie. So the whole entire thing is a lie, spent and timed to be at where it is so that it could give birth to Moloch.
What's a lie within a lie within a lie? I mean, every time you peel back a
yeah, and to keep cutting out, but yes, a lie within a lie with it. You know what I reckon it liking to? You remember those little fucking dollies
those little dollies where they one dolly goes inside the next dolly, and then another one goes inside the next dolly. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, the Russian dolls. Yeah, well, we have some of those from Russia. They're dolls within a doll.
Right. That's what's happened. So that's what's happened here. Everything that you know is embedded in a lie inside a lie inside a lie. So what they did was, in the construct, seriously, in the construct, and this is not God's world, this is the devil's world until it's taken over in just a few seconds. They constructed it, everything that you know, that you think you know, or believe to know is a fucking lie. Now I'll have your answer. Why? Because if you got the whole entire population completely fucking lying or wrong, and you know the truth, you can manipulate anybody, anytime, anywhere, because they don't know the truth.
Oh yeah, I got people all the time arguing, both sides arguing about two sides of a lie, you know, and I've talked about this before, you know, the never-ending story with the morgue, you know, and they rubbed it in our face a lot in 1984 because a lot of movies came out in 1984 rubbing this in our face.
Yeah, and it was tribute to George Orwell's 1984. It wasn't by accident. They were laughing at us that you jackass fools and what's his face? Not Orson Welles, but I just said his name. He was in on it too.
Oh yeah, the aliens from Mars in 1928 or whatever year that was all psychological psyop.
1939, 1929. It's 1939. Yeah, it was all they wanted to. It was, and see what it was to see how much the people would believe what they hear, and they really actually thought Los Angeles or wherever was really getting attacked by UFOs.
Yeah, they went out and shot their own water towers, supposedly shooting down the town's water towers, thinking it was a UFO. Of course, I can't prove that. That's a rumor, but apparently that's what they were doing.
That sounds like a bullshit story. Sounds like something that the government agencies would make up for propaganda of disinformation against the enemy. Don't you understand there's fucking wings for fucking propaganda agents fucking for fucking disinformation and whole fucking platoons and shit?
Oh yeah, you probably think it's coming out of the Pentagon. Actually, it comes out of Lewis University in Frascati, Italy. That's where the think tank really is.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure it comes from this other place called Notre Dame, or not the University of Notre Dame. You know that place? And you know what else I found out about the town I live in, why it's so special?
Not exactly, but I think you're going to find out April 8th, 2024.
We're going to find out way before that. We're going to find out in the next few weeks, buddy. South Bend is the Mecca, was the world's biggest factory in the world. It was a blueprint for all other factories that would come after it.
Yeah, I'm sure. Don't doubt that.
And then I found out something else. That the university isn't there by accident either. And that's another one. And then there was Oliver Plows and Plow Works, you know, Oliver Tractors. I know you know what an Oliver Tractor is, right?
Not exactly. Not exactly.
You don't know what a Studebaker is, dude?
A Studebaker, yeah. I'm not a huge car fan of that era, but yeah, I'm aware of the propaganda about Studebaker, even though he was a part of the system.
What? Dude, are you a disinformation propaganda agent yourself? I'm starting to wonder.
No, they pretended that they didn't want his cars on the road because they were so good, but there's a little something more behind that.
It wasn't just him, it was the Studebaker brothers, Peter, John, what's it, George or whatever his name was? No, Clem. And they were, because see, they took the technology from World War II and incorporated it in the cars. And they were a little upset about that.
All the technology that's being created is from all the wars, and it's being integrated into our society, into not just into our cars, but into our homes and into our computers and in our daily lives to be used against us. That's what all this was about. Okay. So, I mean, look at all the technology that they've had us create for supposedly protecting ourselves, and all the technology is being used for something else.
Hey, have you ever heard of Honeywell? Or how about this one? Have you ever heard of Bendix? You know, have you ever heard of that place, Bendix? You probably don't know. Have you ever heard of Bear? You probably don't know that either.
I heard of Honeywell. I'm quite familiar with it.
Have you ever heard of AM General?
AM. Isn't that the Jeep?
Or General Dynamics, yes, but AM General, no.
I'm aware of Honeywell. Bear, as in Bear drugs, Bear aspirin, I don't know. I have to get some kind of a correlation going here. AM General, isn't that who was behind the Jeeps? Isn't that what Hummers are now? Weren't the Hummers created by AM General?
Yeah, it's all made right here in St. Joe County. All of that shit's made here. But some of it was made here. All of those people lived here, worked here, had families, had garages with shops with their shit they took home, and I'd go there and fucking hang out there. Think about what I'm saying.
AM General, that's where they make the Hummers, right? I'm not sure if my audio is getting through or not. I think AM General was behind the Jeeps and the Hummers, is that correct?
Yeah, and the 2-ton and 2.5-ton and 5-ton military transports. They did all that shit. And then I come to find out the story of AM General was T. Brooks Bradamus, which was John Bradamus, met with Johnson after Kennedy was assassinated, and he came to town, and he came to Notre Dame, and he came and met with fucking John, and he told him after Studebaker closed, he says, we got to do something. And that's when he gave him the money to open AM General, and that's when they started making the Jeeps.
No, yeah. Well, I think with the Hummer H1s, I think they did a shitty-ass, piss-poor job of putting it together. I think they're really not a reliable vehicle. I mean, I like what they did with the axles and the brakes, and I like how they tucked everything underneath the frame so you can have a huge wheel clearance. But other than that, I think it was piss poor put together the way they decided to build those things.
The Hummer 2s, you mean the civilian ones? I don't like those. Now they got the new ones with the armored plates and fucking bomb resistant.
No, I was talking about the H1 the whole time, the original first Hummer, after they left the Jeep.
Yeah, they're still pretty good though. Yeah, right here in fucking this little fucking town. All that shit comes from here, bro. All of that shit comes from here. All of your fucking missiles and all that shit comes right from here. Motherfuckers, right from here.
So the X marks the spot for the two eclipses, the one on the 21st of August 2017 and the one coming up here in 2024. So where is X marks the spot? Is that right below you, and how many miles south of you is that?
I don't know, maybe a couple, maybe 100 or so. A couple hundred miles. It ain't that far. It's pretty fucking close.
Well, the eclipse is going to be coming toward you, though, isn't it? I mean, sort of. I mean, the X marks the spot area is probably further away, but are you going to be able to catch the total eclipse when it comes by?
Yeah, it's going to come right over my head. Of course. I mean, it's going to be like dead zero on me.
They use star charts and planet alignments as anchor points and anchor dates to do certain things on Earth. You do know that, right? I mean, it doesn't have any physical connection. It has anchor points because they do things based on starlight.
Listen, dude, remember all those, whether they're good or those bitch-made motherfuckers, they all work for me. So, yeah, I don't know how, but somehow, I wrote that shit. I think what it is like, it's like you finally catch up to yourself. And maybe you don't know what I'm saying, but it's like you're catching up to yourself. I can't explain it.
Well, I don't know. Anyway, are you going to go down to the X marks the spot area? I need to find some more clear pictures of it, but the map that shows the X marks the spot area is kind of blurry when I zoom in, so I can't exactly see what part of town it's in.
It's in Illinois, right?
I'll have a picture. Let me go find it and repost it. It's in here.
It's been a few years since I seen it last, but I remember it. Oh man, you guys are gonna get to find out how all this works. And then I can go get me some sleep.
There's one picture. Let me get one. There's another one where it's zoomed in.
Yeah, that's Southern Illinois. It means something. What does it mean? Oh, does it mean?
They don't even want me to post pictures either. Freaking attacking me like big time. Anyway, I guess someone just doesn't have anything else better to do. I'm sure they're doing this all over the world to keep people from communicating. Oh yeah, don't gather in large groups. Don't talk about conspiracies. Stay 6 feet apart. It's the virus, not communication, but it's the virus. Be scared, you know. Shit.
Can I ask you a serious question? What would listen? What would force them to do this? Seriously. What would scare the powers that are evil? What would scare them and spook them into doing this? They haven't done it before, but something spooked them into doing it. What do you think it could be?
Well, awakening, people spreading information, people getting too close to the truth. Oh wait, it's you, just yourself, right? It was just you that made him do that, right?
I know, ain't that terrible? Isn't that narcissistic as fuck? But it is what it is. I accept what it is. I'm over it. I think it's kind of comical, actually. I'm actually getting a fucking... what's the word? I'm getting I'm almost getting excited about it.
If they're just going to all nuke us and kill us off, why don't they just do it already? Instead of doing it slowly so everybody keeps sucking on their thumb. Oh, you know, let's what they're doing is slowly killing off the old people, and then they're trying to do stuff right now that cannot be undone. Do you understand that? They're trying to do stuff right now that cannot be undone. They're trying to kill off the old people as quickly as possible, and they're doing stuff to the younger crowd so they can't repopulate. So they're trying to bring our birth numbers down. They're trying to kill off the human race by speeding up a process and stopping another process.
Yeah, but remember like I said before, what made them speed up the process? What was the catalyst that fucking initiated the rest of the shit to fucking harden? What? There's got to be something. What is it? Where is it? What did it? Well, cause and effect. Remember the Mayor of Vinci? Remember he likes to he plays with information. That's what he did. And that's why he was probably the predecessor of the previous Matrix. That's probably who the Mayor of Vinci is the original predecessor of the original Matrix.
Well, if I could key up, I'm trying to freaking key up for 5 minutes. I think it's several things. But I think mainly it's because the actual families that I talk about are going viral right now, and you don't even realize it.
Yeah, but that's not that's fine and dandy, but that wouldn't cause them to do what they're doing. Something is causing them to do what they're doing. Something is scared them. Well, what could not? And yeah, people waking up, yeah, but that's probably not what they're really scared of. They know something's coming for them.
Oh yeah, God, yeah, of course. Yeah, the Almighty, of course. I know what you're getting at it, but He works through us too, and that's what tipped them off. Is because there were people like me and you, and there's people all over that unlock their codes. Now that's why they're scared, and we didn't just unlock their codes, but we can see what they're doing in real time, and the human brain wasn't supposed to detect it.
Right, and that they didn't expect they would have a visitor who would be the spoiler, who would open up the doorway and would spill the beans and how and where and teach others how to see these fuckers. Now they're just wild, man. It's like shooting ducks in a barrel right now. It's fan-fucking-tastic. I wish I was at a damn carnival. I'd win a lot of fucking prizes.
Well, I mean, if everything turned out great and the human race was free, that would be great. That'd be awesome. But you know what? They're damaging the younger crowd, and they're killing off the old people, and there's not going to be anything left when they're done. They're trying to take us all down because they know their time's up, so they want to destroy as many of us as possible. But I can't convince people of that. I can't convince people. So, they're too worried about being scared of the coronavirus to understand really what's going on.
Yeah, I know. Stupid as fuck. Oh, dude, you gotta understand and believe me. And anybody else is out there that's listening. I can see it happening. I watched the fucking whole entire video of all of this from beginning to end. I watched it. I know what's going to happen. I watched the fucking video. And there ain't nothing you can do to stop it. It's already fucking made. It's already done. It's like a movie. It's already been printed. They got 10 million copies. There's no way fucking you can uncopy them.
Well, maybe we're already dead and we just don't know it.
That might be true. There might be some truth to that. Oh, just remember, imagination is unlimited and it exists inside the ether. So that means itself, where it comes from, of the imagination and you bring it into reality. No matter how far-fetched it is or how crazy and evil or fucking wicked or great or good, it exists.
Well, a lot of people are programmed that you cannot change the course of history that's already written. Well, things are being changed already with the waking up of the people, including me. We can change what's happening. Unfortunately, the Christians of the church are being told that everything that's going to happen is going to happen and you can't do anything about it. So they have, they don't do anything to change it.
Oh, I understand what you're trying to say now. Listen. Everybody has this part. And when we see that we're getting close, we're going to fulfill God's will. It's not going to be changed because it was already done. And it goes way deeper than that. What you think that you might have change or control, you don't have any control of anything. Because the omnipotent creator that created everything already controlled it before you even was ever even going to be here. And even long after you're gone. So that's so much been programmed. It's a program. It's been written. A writing. That means it's written into the ether, or out of the ether into reality, or out of reality back into the ether.
Yeah, well, whatever. I cannot convince you what I've been shown, and I cannot change people's mind, and you can't change my mind from what I've seen. And so, if you think that everything needs to be destroyed and the human race needs to be depopulated, then that's your belief. I can't change your mind about that.
Oh, it's not my belief, it's my destiny. It's because they didn't listen. They failed. This was a test. It's all a test. Whatever you want to call a role play or a play or a fucking movie or whatever. It's all a test. It's just like a record that you never heard before and you put a needle in the middle of the record and you never heard the song before. The song exists before you put the needle on the record and after the needle of the record. So that means this shit's already been written, bro.
Yeah. You mean like the days of Moses? When he warned us and we didn't listen.
Yeah, that was those who went in there and he killed them all. And that was Moloch and the other ones that worshiped fucking Dargon and their idol gods. And they're like, we want to worship our idol gods. We want to do what we want to do, Moses. We don't want to listen to you. Even if you let us out of Egypt, we want to do what God says, kill them all. Leave nobody. Kill them all. And Moses went in there and killed them all.
Yeah, they found the cartilage. The horses and carriage that were, sunken by the sea. They found it. Those cartilage, whatever. Cartage, whatever they call them. Horses and carriage. They actually found them. It's in the deep sea. Traces of Moses. What happened when he opened the sea. Yeah.
That was that was when they were after Moses when they went through the Red Sea, and that was the Pharaoh and his army. And you want to hear something funny? That's funny that you brought that up. Do you know that fucking very actual fucking chariot that's in the bottom that they're pulling up, that they're going to pull up, is the fucking exact identical motherfucker that's on the wall of the Pharaohs when he was racing out to battle against Moses?
Most of these discoveries were planned in advance. It's part of the deception. I told everybody about 7, 8, 9 years ago that they were going to stage amazing discoveries, and this is supposed to actually help the world government.
Do you know where the Ark of the Covenant is? At their Rainmaker?
Yes, sir. Yes, I do. I know exactly where it's at. And I know where to get it, and when to get it, and when will I be to get it. And that's basically, yeah.
Yeah. So where is it? Because I know where it is.
Well, it's definitely not in Ethiopia. And it's definitely not in Africa. It's where it was originally, and it's not too far from its original spot.
Yeah, where is that? I'm ready. I'm ready to shoot it and shove it on a table. 2 seconds. That's all it takes. Where is it?
The bottom of the Eastern Gate.
Where is that located?
In the holy city of Jerusalem.
It's actually in God's kingdom. It is no longer on earth.
Oh, it's buried there. It disappeared in 688 BC when the Levites took it before the Nebuchadnezzar's army arrived, and they hid it. And as it was written that when I land on the Mount of Olives and crack the eastern wall open because there's going to be an earthquake. Now, what would cause the earthquake? A sound weapon?
They're going to have more discoveries for you in the future. These discoveries are going to lead you to help them put in their new world order into place.
All right, as long as I'm going to be running this motherfucker for the next eternity, I'm cool with it. Lucky you're my friend, right?
You're not going to be in charge. You're not going to be in charge if you help them set up their system.
It's not going to be their system. They're going to be in charge of shit. I'm going to kill every one of them.
They control everything that comes across that TV set, and just about almost everything that comes across the computer waves. It's really hard to get real information out, even on the freaking internet and through these search engines. So, what do you think the Discovery Channel and the History Channel is going to tell you? It's going to tell you what they want you to know, so you help them. You know, it's like people say, "Oh, well, I don't trust the doctors, and I don't trust the news," but then they trust the History Channel. They're all one and the same. These scientists are paid off. They're not even scientists. They're not biologists. They're agents designed to keep us in a lie.
Hey, here's a question, Mr. T. This is for Mr. T. Mr. T, see if he knows. Maybe you might know this, Lincoln. What is... Okay, let me word it right. What is the reason that causes the world to flee away? Or, I'm saying it as biblically, let me translate it and so that it's something that you can understand. What would cause the evil people to go run and hide?
Well, they always run and hide. They set the city on fire. They never stick around. You know, they never stick around. They always done that.
Oh, let me rephrase that. What would they be scared of? Why would they be scared? And of what? The Bible says they're scared of something, and it's not a knife, it's not a gun, it's a vision or a picture. And they didn't have pictures back then, so it's written that it's they write it as a rumor. I don't even know. I'd have to go look at the translation as that is. Listen, I've been studying this stuff for a long time, and a lot of words have been translated from other words that should have never even been translated into the words that it was translated into English. And furthermore, the guys that translated the 200, 300, 400 translators came from all around the world, They didn't even know fucking English.
Knowing the truth. It's always has been an enigma, knowing the truth. When the victor tells this version of the story as he sees it fit, and the loser doesn't get a chance to talk. Sort of makes you wonder.
Where do you think all the humans came from on this earth? Why are there so many different types? Different heights, weights. You know, I think what happened was that humans have been stolen all throughout the universe and have been brought here so we can fight it out. They brought us all here with different languages so we could all fight amongst each other and they could set up their role play.
Oh my God. You just gave me answer C. That all of the rest of the universe was doomed and all of those people were brought here in hopes of saving the humanity from extinction. Holy shit.
Well, maybe that was the case. Earth was supposed to be a library of supporting life for maybe the universe or maybe the galaxy. I don't know. But there's not much in the solar system, at least according to what we can see and what NASA tells us. But, you know, what if we were all brought here from different worlds with different, you know, each planet has different rules when it comes to everything. Air density, gravity, everything, sun, heat, air, cold, you know. So there's, you know what's interesting is they call the human race as like we're all one, but they have us fighting against each other. They don't call us different species of humans, right? They don't call us different species. But when it comes to monkeys, you can have monkeys that are almost identical and they have different colors and they call them different species of monkeys.
Answer C. Is it A, B, or C? A and C are 6.6666666.
They already knew about the technology. They just needed us to bring it back to life. They already had the blueprints on all this stuff. See, when they had to start the planet over again, so there's no evidence of how we got here and why we got here. They had to start everything over from scratch. That's why they claim that we didn't have electricity and technology until 1890s, 1900s, when we first supposedly got electricity. Supposedly, the world didn't have electricity for hundreds of thousands of years, which is a lie because I believe the world's only can't be over 10,000 years old. Not with everything that's not with the oceans and the moon moving and the way things are set up. Things are deteriorating, and it has nothing to do with the human race. It has to do with this living spot has to be kept up, and it's kept up by something else. But we're supposedly the Earth is a library of life, and maybe the evil forces took it over. I don't know, but they've been here for a long time, and they're not like me and you. They may look like me and you, but they're not me and you, because I don't wish to rule over people. I don't wish. I've always wanted to just enjoy my life and live free. I didn't want to rule over anybody. I didn't play that game in high school either. I didn't play the game that everybody's supposed to play, the Mr. Popular shit.
Well, I think the pyramids managed to stick around for some 4,000 years. I would assume that if they had any hydroelectric dams, electricity 4,000 years ago, there'd be some traces of it. But no trace whatsoever. Nothing. Except for some lemon juice electrical battery dating back in the days of the pharaohs of Egypt. That's it. A little vase with some carbon and some lemon juice. That was their battery. I don't know, being recharged by the copper on top of the pyramid. It's no longer there, but using static electricity of some type. So where are the dams? You can't make those things disappear just like that.
I don't believe they used hydroelectric power back in those days. I think the civilization they covered up was more technological than us even. I mean, it's very possible they even used nuclear power. I don't know that for a fact, but everything that we see today is low technology. It seems like high technology. People mistaken it. It's actually dumbed down technology. Even your highest technology cars and supposed spacecraft and all this stuff and computers, it's actually low-end technology.
Well, back in the days, all they had was huts. Whatever traces of any technology dating back 4,000 years ago was totally Stone Age. If our civilization ceases right now, I guarantee you'll find the traces. It is so big, so large. There's no way you're going to be able to hide this, make it disappear in 4,000 years from now. There's too much involved. So yeah, I don't think they had anything 4,000 years ago.
Well, what I understand is that, and I'm out of here in a second, what I understand is that the pyramids and Puma Punku and the rest of the stuff are giant schematics because they couldn't keep the schematics written down on paper because they couldn't figure out how to keep it to last that long. So they built the fucking circuits in the topography and the demographics of the buildings. So in other words, if you look from an aerial view, it's the schematics, how to build something. So what I'm thinking is that all of the components build something and they think they figured it all out and they already built it.
Is this what's taught to the public? Is that what you're talking about? The status quo, what the History Channel's telling you? You know, I thought they were telling the people that the pyramids and all the small pyramids were the same alignment as the Orion system. The Orion, what is it called? Constellation.
Yeah, but no, that's not what they. It's when you look at the pyramids and the rest of the stuff and the hieroglyph on the in the I'm getting tired. When you look at the stuff that they wrote about and some of the shit that's airplanes and helicopters and the rest of the shit that's in there, you have to come to a conclusion that they knew that then and they were trying to convey it. And where did all of this fucking instruments go? Where did it just magically? I believe they only had just a small, minute few pieces, and those pieces were destroyed. Time travel, gentlemen. Quantum entanglement time travel. Quantum magnetic time displacement machine.
I don't believe so. I believe what you're witnessing is two or more different civilizations in different times here on the same planet.
Regardless of what it is or where it is or how many different dimensions or how many different realities there are of this one, which everything that I just said exists. So you have to accept the fact of what I'm saying is reality, and they all exist. Now you just have to find out and understand where you are and why you're here and the reality that you live in, not some other reality, but this one here.
Well, you have to understand that I have a different way of thinking, and I see the universe differently than most people have been brought up to see it. And if you think these, like I said before, most people believe that there is no truth out there. Well, I guarantee you, the people running this planet know the truth. Okay, now they can keep us thinking that, hey, there's no life anywhere else in the universe except for us, but they already have a plan for us. It's called the alien threat. Okay, they're not going to tell us about the real humans and other planets. No, they're going to give you the little green man. probably coming down with a ship here soon, because they're working their way up to it. They're working their way up to the deception. It's the alien agenda, you know. And I've been aware of it for a very long time. And then whenever it was 29 or 39, when they did that Orson Welles trick on the population, that was just another confirmation that they were testing the population on how they would act.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a test run. So much to see. Just think about it. I've counted every sand on the whole planet.
Well, you have to understand, Hollywood's in on all of it too. You know that. Everything the money touches there, they can control. So they can come out from anywhere and use anything. You know, with Hollywood, they're actually, you know, Hollywood. It's from the holly tree. Hollywood. You know, it was the stick, the magic stick. The magic wand was out of a holly tree, right? It's designed to put spells. You know that. So Hollywood was putting movies out for the last freaking forever. This anti-God stuff. And portraying Christians as, you know, serial killers and, you know, having these fake Christians pulled out after they get caught going, oh, I found the Lord, hey man, and singing hallelujah, you know, after they kill someone and shit like that. And then they try to convince, like, there is no God, but aliens seated man on earth, right? So all of these movies that depict aliens seated man on earth, before the alien threat. So they're already know their plan. You know, they don't want us to believe in a creator. They want us to believe that alien seated man on earth. And maybe there's some truth to that. I don't know. But there is a creator, and all they did was hijack the system. They consciously hijacked the system. And they put a hex on 9/11 for a reason. Why would they do that? Think about it. Death, destruction. Oh, if you have an emergency, call 911. Terrorist, 911. Blood and, you know, blood and sacrifices on 911. Think about that.
Hey, I got something to ask you. Do you know where the word money came from? Did I tell you this already?
I think the question was, where did currency come from?
No, the word money. Money, where did it come from? Do you know? Oh, you're going to love this. And then I got to get the fuck out of here because my phone's going to die.
Honestly, I forget, to tell you the truth. We all know it's used to deceive everybody. But go ahead. Why don't you tell me anyway?
Money is abbreviation for mooly. Mooly is abbreviation for money, mooly, and there's another one. Hold on. Money, mooly. I'm getting tired. And moolah. All of those words are abbreviation from the original word. And the original word is Moloch. Do you know who Moloch is?
The people down at the printing press making the money? I don't know. I'm joking. Some ancient freaking wannabe god that portrayed himself as a god that killed its own people, kept them in servitude.
Was he Italian, this Moloch? Mula, that's Italian.
Yeah, Rainmaker. Was Moloch from Italy? Is he Italian, huh? Isn't it interesting these Italians claim to be Catholics and they're hiding behind Catholicism to do what they want to do? But really, they're not Catholic. They are satanic beings hiding behind the Vatican. And the Orsini has had many popes in the Vatican. Interesting. Why is it that I'm not being attacked anymore? I'm not being flooded anymore. It went away about 15 minutes ago. That's amazing. All of a sudden it's working good. That's cool. Oh. I guess they gave up, huh? They must have fell asleep. I don't know. Rainmaker, did you fall asleep already? Before you go, how long are hot dogs good in the refrigerator? I have some hot dogs that have been in there about 3-4 weeks, and I'm not sure if I should eat them.
I don't know nothing about hot dogs, but they killed my phone and it went to 0. Now it's at 47%. They didn't want me to tell you where Moloch comes from. Moloch is the god of the devil. That's fucking Baphomet. Moloch is the one that sacrifices the children and kills people. Moloch and money, when you give tribute to Moloch, Moloch gives you money so you can have sex and parties and drink fucking liquor and have lots of orgies.
So they get mad when you actually save that money and buy stuff that actually goes against them. Right? Because, I mean, people that are smart with their money isn't helping them any, really. I mean, sort of they are, actually, but not in the way they want it.
Well, money or Moloch, then once you give tribute to him, then Moloch gives you money or Muli, and the Muli gives you pussy.
Oh, okay, whatever. I don't know how that's what's so important. I think alcohol and football and all these other deceptions are worse than that. And of course, the lie of history. That's all this stuff combined is keeping us enslaved. It's not just one little thing. It's a whole big system. And I don't think any human came up with it. This is way too much for the human mind. Way too much. I mean, it makes my brain freaking start throbbing when I try to process all of it.
Oh, I get a fucking hard on when I process it.
Yeah, I bet you do. I bet you do. So you can go out and have sex for Moloch.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, sacrifice children, kill them, drink their blood. Yeah, I'm into that. Yep. And on the money it says, "In God we trust." Ha 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 ha. Moloch. Ha 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 ha.
Yep. I already knew that. It's not the real God they're talking about. Yep. There's only one creator. There could be many gods, right? Star Trek kind of showed you about that. The original and the Next Generation series. But they're about to get rid of everybody that knows the truth about what's going on. They can't afford to have everybody going around knowing. That's why they're about to shut everybody down. It's really sad. It's really sad.
You said it's not the government. Who is it? Should I save the government?
Well, it isn't. It isn't government. It's well, I'm sure, ultimately when it comes down to it, I mean, I'm sure there's some like hidden entities behind it, but there are people in the physical form here to carry out what's going on. There has to be a link between the people at the top in the physical world and the people on whoever they are on the other side, if there is another side. And all I can tell you exactly that these families who I talk about, who have been around for thousands of years, are a key. They're a key to what's going on. They have access to the master computer and what they're doing here on Earth. And I don't know where exactly they come from and how they got here or exactly when they got here, but we're dealing with big problems here. Serious stuff.
Hey, you ever play a video game and you put a fucking cheat code in, up, down, left, right, BA start, and you get about 29 motherfucking guys? Well, that shit really actually exists.
Oh, whoever it is back flooding me again. But anyway, the Nintendo cheat codes. You're going back to the freaking 80s, man.
Yeah, but I'm just using that for an example. It's like a cheat code, man. The whole place is like a cheat code. Remember in the simulation when fucking Neo went into the fucking simulation and he went into that room and he ordered up all those guns. Remember that? You remember that? He was like, how in the hell did you do that? He goes, that's part of the mainframe operation system. That it's accessible. Well, that shit really fucking exists. It's not bullshit. It really does exist.
Yeah, I'm trying to key up, but Zello or whoever is behind there apparently doesn't want me to speak because I actually have a working brain, apparently.
Well, I'm telling Kitty. I'm gonna sit on my cat.
Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, I'm aware of all this shit. I know it exists. I know it's there. There can only be one. Basically, the whole fucking place goes up in smoke because of my face. The picture of my face.
Oh, okay, well, we'll talk to you later. Get some sleep. I'm going to go surfing here. We'll talk to you later.
Hey, Lincoln, are you still there? Yeah. Yeah, thanks. Hope it's informative. Need to find out more details about this COVID, what they're hiding and what's behind this vaccine. Kind of hope a group of, individuals, specialists, reverse engineered this thing and, reveals whatever's hidden in that vaccine. Be interesting to know. When you need service at your cell provider, I love it how they put you on the musical hold. And you're probably going to be here an hour, maybe two. You got these robot operators. Press 1 if you want this, press 2 if you want this. Message lasts like 15 minutes. There you go. I reposted what Riddle Finder posted just about a couple of minutes ago. I saw you were not there, so I saw you show up, so I figured, well, I'm going to repost it so you get it also. So, how's your day going out there? It's nice and partially cloudy, sunny. One of them beautiful October days. How's the weather treating you out there in the Northwest? Oh, no.
Yeah, thank you. What's up? We're just checking in, Lolly. Raymaker.
Another weekend, Saturday night. Of course, technically it's already Sunday morning here, but across the country it's still Saturday night. Yeah, I could hear the train. Looks like the cornflakes Kellogg's are coming to town with Mr. Christie's cookies.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Well, I guess I just lost it. I'm sorry. Anyway, good morning. I hope everybody has a pleasant day, and I hope to hear from you guys later on today there. Take care.
Yep. Got your message. I'm up early. It's a Sunday morning. The sun has risen, but it's cloudy. It's one of them fall days. The leaves are turning red, orange, yellow. Not all, but a lot of them. It's one of them autumn. It's a beautiful Sunday morning. After doing some groceries and, errands yesterday, pick up some goodies and condiments at the grocery store. The missing items, salads and stuff. Don't you love those quiet mornings? coffee, fresh air. Yeah, fresh air, I like that. Out there in the countryside. Paradise. Oh, we got the deers, we got mooses, we got the other animal, whatever it's called. Shit. I forgot. Yeah, we got cows, we got horses, what do they call these, foxes, and, raccoons, of course. We got critters out there. And more. We also have bears. From time to time, once in a few years, we have visiting black bears, you know. They get lost. They're not supposed to be in this neighborhood, but it'll happen once every decade or something. Yeah. We still have not crossed path with any Sasquatch yet. Sasquatches. Or aliens. Although being in the country, in the woods here. Yeah. Not yet. But not too far away from a distant country instead of galaxy. A distant country, not too far away. They claimed they had visits from extraterrestrials, you know, from another world. Right here, across the border in Ontario. That's what they claim anyways. But, you know, so they've had some visitors.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, good morning to you too. Yeah. Yeah, we have a couple of hot spots here in Florida as well for that. Plus we're, you know, right there around the Bermuda Triangle kind of thing. So you know all that stuff. So yeah. And good morning to you. I hope you're having a good one. And as you say there, it's beautiful outside. You get to hear the birds chirping, and breakfast is being whipped up in one way or the other for kitty cats, dogs, and people. So yeah, it's the beginning of the day has started. I kind of like the early morning because it's really quiet, you know, and the quiet is so loud in the morning. It's funny, and then all of a sudden it just switches to, you know, to family noise, and it's really nice though, you know, because it's always the same kind of noise there. The little dogs barking there, and the birds tweeting in the back, and the cats meowing in the front, you know. Yeah, there's a comfort to that, you know. But yep, life is proceeding on like normal, you know. And yeah, like I said, we do have hotspots. And it's funny you say extraterrestrials because the way you said it there almost sounded like extra testicles there. We have them. I think the majority of people say they don't have those things. So, yeah, I think that's probably where they want to come and get us because they want ours, you know. By the way, if you ever do come across a Sasquatch, you know, or the more violent species of those, it's called a skunk ape. It's over there, and you know, it's supposed to be smellier though. I think they're in the swamps and stuff, like New Orleans and different swamps like that. They're a little bit more violent than the Sasquatch, but they stink. They have a really, really strong stink to them. So hopefully you come across the nice ones and not the violent ones.
I was talking about the reptilian. Yeah, that's what they call it, the creature from the Blue Lagoon or something. Yeah, you find that in the swamps, yeah. Yeah. They made a 1960s movie. It's an ugly reptilian type looking Sasquatch kind of thing with claws. Yeah, it's ugly. The creature from the Laguna or something like that. It was funny to watch. Yeah, like a scary movie, yeah. The Halloween shit and I remember these old 50s and 60s flicks. Some kind of, you know, man that's got a head like a Komodo dragon, you know. One of them, you know. Yeah. You can imagine coming across one of those, you run, shit. Fucking, that is kind of scary. Yeah, sometimes, you know, these movies, these campers, they walk in the woods and they got this spacecraft parked on the ground, you know. It's spooky. And they're gonna try to get into the ship, see what's in there. They were exciting movies to watch back in the days. They had suspense, you know. Go back to the Robinson family. Jupiter, what was it called? Lost in Space. That was pretty cool with Dr. Zachary Smith and that robot swinging its arms all over the place. Danger, danger, danger. That was fun to watch. Of course, I was a kid. Fantasy movies like that, yeah. It was an awesome movie called Lost in Space, but it was recent. It was made in the 2000s. Awesome. The Robinson family, they leave for this trip. They got the spacecraft, the flying saucer, called Jupiter 1, I think. And Gary Oldman plays Zachary Smith in that movie. And the robot is quite sophisticated. And yeah, it was a pretty good movie. Yeah, so you got a wonderful Sunday morning in Florida. Yeah. Shouldn't be too hot now in October. Your heat wave is passed by. In July, August, incredibly hot in Florida. It must be much cooler now. They call it perfect weather. Oh man, maybe not perfect due to hurricane seasons. You get quite some storms out there in the Tropicana. Weather's awesome, but the storms are also quite something too. You get those hurricanes.
What's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing this morning?
Something like that would go up the chain of command immediately to NORAD in Colorado and then go to the Pentagon.
The turn of the millennium brought new pressure for the U.S. government to come clean about reports of alien visitations and abductions. With the passage of time, the question repeatedly arises of whether and when we will see public disclosure of the secret U.S. UFOs by a president of the United States.
Yeah, watching top secret UFO projects, declassified. Yeah, it's a Netflix production. I think there's 4 episodes. Very interesting.
Secret government. Wow, thanks for the invite for the 30th time over the course of, I don't know, 5-6 years. Awesome. What's up, guys? How we doing? God, I remember when this first, Man, I remember I used to troll this channel a long time ago. Let me look at this. Yeah, this is the same channel. I don't troll anymore, but it's so good to be back. This was on the trending. I remember that. It was on the trending. Yes, I'm right. It was. It was the original secret government channel. Wow.
The famous speech that ex-president Ronald Reagan made. We all remember it, but I think we omitted a little part in it. Here it comes.
To recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
You see what he said? Is there not yet an alien force already among us? Pretty cute. Sort of rings a bell.
Temporary employee, they're only there for 4 years, 8 max. As soon as they're done with their term, they're out of there and another president comes in. So why would they tell Donald Trump all of our deepest secrets when he could be out in a couple of months? There's no way he's going to be read in on all of our nation's deepest secrets. He's just a temporary employee.
As we look back to Roswell, with the benefit of hindsight and all that's happened since, what do we make of the rumors and allegations which swirled around the most famous of all UFO incidents?
There's a whole fleet of them. Look on the ASA. My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots to the west. Look at that thing, dude.
In 2017, the world learns that the Pentagon, despite its previous denials, has continued to investigate UFOs for decades.
That's not all that stuff, is it? It's not. I do all that. Well, if there's another thing.
This disclosure, accompanied by the publication of video footage shot by the U.S. military, confirms what many have believed.
Maybe politically, President can't say, my fellow Americans, people of the world, we're not alone. Because the implication is that governments have known about this and lied for it for 70 years. But maybe there's a way to just slip it out piece by piece.
Given the facts revealed by the breakthrough 2017 New York Times article about the Pentagon top-secret UFO program and 3 videos showing UFOs, it can be justifiably assumed that government agencies not only have their own top-secret programs associated with this phenomenon, but are also very sophisticatedly interconnected through a network of secret agreements with private sector entities. The question is, who controls who? Who has the decision-making powers? To put it simply, who's in charge?
It's the defense contractors. They're pulling the strings because they're the ones that get the money that contracts. So the deal is that we will pay you to do the research, and in return, you can make it proprietary, and then you can cash in on the technology. So that's the agreement that they made.
So we're in a world where really corporations run everything. They control who gets elected, they determine how long the person stays in power, they determine what policies are, they control the lobbies that pass laws of everything. The world run by corporations. World run by financial concerns. That's just how it is.
So the government says you can have all the money you want and you can make it proprietary, but we want to get the information, but you can cash in on it. So that's how they work this.
There have been several attempts to overturn the government's embargo on their records of UFO phenomenon. The most famous of which occurred in Washington, D.C.
The conclusion I've come to is incredibly wild, that those in charge have been successful in keeping secret the greatest story of mankind.
The evidence is overwhelming that Earth is being visited by intelligently controlled extraterrestrial spacecraft.
The government has dumped disinformation and misinformation into the field for decades.
I have lost faith in the government. I truly think we're in gridlock. It doesn't work.
so we need to make a change.
Give this committee a lot of reasons for us to say, open those files.
Today, knowledge and information have a much higher price than oil. The fundamental question that has always accompanied the history of UFO investigation is once again raised.
The million-dollar question is, who has access to all this information? Who has access to all the photographic evidence that has been gathered through military channels for decades? If the camp that believes that Roswell occurred, as it initially was stated, as it occurred, they recovered something otherworldly, where did this material go? And that's the million-dollar question.
Anytime you deal with some of these very significant folks in industry, in commerce, in military hardware that have input into these national security agencies, you're obviously going to have influence and movement in a direction that they want. That may or may not be in the direction that the public wants.
Yeah, exactly. It may not be in the direction the public wants. Instead of calling it national security, they might as well call it global world security. He who has the knowledge has the power. Well, that's what it's all about. He who has the knowledge has the power. Another curious question everyone should ask. Roswell, 1947. Right? All of a sudden you have UFO sightings all over the place, United States. Question is, did we have an insatiable amount of UFO sightings in Europe and Russia, China, Japan, other places? At the same time, the UFO came rushing in for some type of technology monitoring, because other countries like Russia were also very advanced. Same years they were doing the tests. I think the first test, 1956 or something like that. Those are around among the years, the 40s, the 50s, the 60s, where apparently America was heavily scrutinized by apparent UFOs. Well, something to look at when you say it's a red flag. Well, it's made up. Well, if America was the only place who had videos, UFO sightings, 40s and 50s, and not Russia, they were doing nuclear tests too. That would raise suspicion. Log down on a source that makes the red flag, or should I say, what do they call it? Staging. Yeah, staging. You can have a group of individuals staging scenes, but it's pretty hard to convince everyone throughout the world in different countries and different mentalities and slightly different goals to do the same thing, right? Stage this and stage that. So, looking carefully to be able to zero in on who's actually doing the staging. This alien race, species, It's funny how they call different models of apes and different species, but different races of men. They don't call them different species. That's funny. I don't know why is that. So, decoding the enigma. I forgot. Apparently this alien race comes from a place, Alpha Centauri something something. That's about 35,000 light years away from us. So if they have anti-gravity engines, how do they fly in space? It doesn't work. Anti-gravity wouldn't really work in space. Yeah. Like rocket fire doesn't work in space. You need some kind of compressed air tanks. The only thing that does propulsion in space. Fire doesn't do it. Electromagnetic doesn't do it. Anti-gravity. You always need the opposite of an opposite to do a potential difference is what we call it. You need a potential difference in every source or form of, acceleration, deceleration, flights, and landing. You always need a potential difference. There is none in space. So, the idea of warp engines and dark matter and warping time and space to travel, yeah. Someone's giving us the runaround. Me, I think that antimatter is something we won't be able to really reckon with. We can barely manage, fusion and fission, nuclear energy. How the fuck are we gonna manage antimatter? I mean, seriously, let's talk about the shit. Star Trek, wet dreams there. Let's look at those wet dreams. That's George Lucas. You see, you got monkeys making huge billions of dollars with these fantasy movies based on some scientific research, from the 60s. They take it one step further with a bunch of writers and novel storytellers, and they cook up these movies. Ships that have gravity on board. Well, we know that energy equals mass. You can't have free energy. And the ship is generating gravity. How? How? You need mass to generate gravity, and lots of it. So it's simulating gravity. Really? It's unrealistic shit, When you see these movies, they make it sound so real because, you're inside the Star Trek and it's on a blue screen, a green screen, whatever. But these scenes are taking place here on Earth in the studio. In space, you float. I didn't think I came near this type of shit was Space Odyssey 2001, the Stanley Kubrick movie. There's only one place where they had gravity was a carousel, and that thing would spin and they would walk on it. Yeah. Centrifugal forces, all that stuff. Yeah. Cannot generate gravity with electromagnetic force fields or electromagnetic energy fields, plasma, lightning discharge. No. Yeah. It has to be a physical force. All these movies, they're really interesting. They've been making movies since what, in the 1920s, give and take? They've been good at it, Charlie Chaplin and all kinds of weird shit. Guy dodging bullets in a gunfight, Western, classic spaghetti Western. Doesn't even aim, hits his target 200 yards away with a revolver, 5 times in a row. Shoot a coin that's been thrown in the air, just like without even aiming. Just, he knows where to position his gun, and yeah. Okay. Hollywood, known to bastardize reality. Whatever, think about it, 35,000 light years away. Does an alien even live that long? Oh man, we're slaves like ants. They built these massive buildings, structures. They wanted to feel like gods, Like back in the days, there was Rome, Egypt, the pharaohs, and then Genghis Khan. To conquer and to feel like gods. Just because they had an armor and a big sword, called themselves the Centurions. Those are Julius Caesar's private guards. They felt like gods. Well, really, when you think about it, just a bunch of self-absorbed and, entitled infants with a lot of greed. Alexander the Great and vice versa. Mohammed. Yeah. Where are they now? Well, there's life after death. Yeah, really? Where are they now? They're no longer here. And you're not going to see them. You're never going to see them. They're gone forever. The church has been spreading a lot of rumors, a lot of bullshit. So we remain subservient. So we remain the gentles, the servants. A lot of bullshitters. And winners, they always tell their version of the story. Because the loser, he doesn't have the chance to speak. It's a little bit like on Zello. You get an argument on Zello, a particular channel. A bunch of wolf packs, they gang up on you. Next thing you know, they prohibit you from talking. They silence you. They bounce you. So you see what's going on here? And they tell their version of the story. And why would you believe it? Why would you believe those who probably conquered good people and told their version of the story? Why would I believe them? Let's go. Personally, it's pretty hard to believe when you got so many entities lying. Would you believe in Genghis Khan? He had his version of the story. The man was full of shit. He wanted power. Why would you believe in any of them? The church, they were full of shit. They wanted power. Oh, we got the merchant. Hear this? We got the Cornflakes, Kellogg, and Mr. Christie's cookies coming to town. A freight train. One more? No. Train is a couple of miles away. You can hear the engine roar. It's powerful diesel locomotives. They weigh anything between, depending on the model, they will vary between 200,000 pounds and 440,000 pounds. Yeah. Jeez, 500,000 pounds on wheels. That's one diesel engine. Combine the multiple engines, the many cars. It's hard to, ride by quietly. So much weight. The winner always told his version of the story. In the New World, they were telling the same shit to the poor slaves. And yet they were eating and fucking living like fat lards, telling the poor worker bullshit. They've been telling us the bullshit since the get-go, since the days of the pharaohs. Yeah. The bullshit. So we just eat it up and just listen to their bullshit and accept it. Meanwhile, they rule the world and they tax us, enslave us. No enchilada. Tell us what to do and shut up. Don't question the system. Just follow your instructions. This maritime law, there was the church, then there was the maritime law. What was that all about? That was to own the world. That's what it was all about. Let's just say they discover a few planets around. Let's just say, hypothetically. They discover 3 planets with some living beings, They'll call them the greens instead of calling them the yellows or the reds or the blacks or the whites. And then I call them the grays and the other one the greens and the other one the purples. Okay. Different type of race. They'll call them different species because it's not the same planet now. Well, yeah, okay. It's all you see, it's a game of words. It really is a game of words. Anyways, so what are they gonna do? They're gonna establish some kind of imperial avatar, imperial dark forces calling themselves whatever, space, something maritime, but they'll call it probably space-time laws. Same shit's gonna occur again. Send the army to Planet 1 and tell them what to do. They'll be saying it's a new worlds order. So from aircraft carrier to a star destroyer. An upgrade. The military are gonna tell the yellows and the greens what to do on our home planet. Yeah, they don't listen. They send what's it called? The Star Destroyer. It was called something else. That planet there. That big phaser planet with a big laser gun there. What was it called? Something. Oh, we invaded Hawaii, Haiti. Although there was no civilization on Haiti. They brought the slave from Africa. to cultivate sugarcane. It was the French that did this, whatever they call themselves, the Renaissance breaks. The French something. I forgot the title. Then you had the Spanish do the same thing. They gave us the bullshit. The pharaohs did the same thing. And the church was in between, mingling. And tell the people the story we want to tell them. How do we know it's the truth? Huh? This is funny is they don't even obey to their own preaching. They're preaching this to us. Thou shalt not this, thou shalt not that. But don't exactly obey to their own preaching. Oh, they raise a red flag right there. Send the centurion. Kill you for your money. Yeah. No freedom. I don't know, man. Why is the church always hand on hand with the governments? In all secrecy. They're not willing to reveal their personal fortune. Until this day, the Vatican has never disclosed its fortune to the public. Never. Like the Federal Reserve, who never disclosed the owners that own the Federal Reserve. Why is that? Well, like you said, they hide. That's right. They appoint puppets to do their dirty, filthy work. That's correct. And there are no species from another planet. There's just human scum, man. Human scum. Ain't no race from no other planet. You want to know why? Well, that's easy to put together. If you were an advanced race from another planet, why would you settle for this shithole here? You got more advanced technology, more advanced intellectual capabilities. Why would you settle for Stone Age shit here on Earth? Why? People that can't even understand themselves, so much confusion. No, man. You got to go back in history, figure that one out. During the discovery of the New World, the settlers came into this country. The rich and the aristocrats did not want to come here. They had no interest in this no man's land. Send the poor, send the rejects, send the prisoners. They did it to Canada, United States, they did it with Australia. The church is going to finance it, and the government will provide the slavery to build a new world. Jesus. We've been fucked by scum. Alien beings. They wouldn't bother with this. All these great architectural, gigantic buildings, either it's big, huge castles in Austria, you know, whatever you want to look at. The pyramids. The pyramids was very easy to build. It was not a complex structure. People make it sound like it's a super complex structure. No, it ain't. A skyscraper is a complex structure. But a pyramid, any dumb fuck can build a pyramid. You know, seriously. Any uneducated prick can build a pyramid, assembling a bunch of Legos together. Now, building a skyscraper, that's a whole different ballgame. You know, cable suspended bridge, the Golden Gate, any types of bridges. They didn't have the intelligence to build that 2,000 years ago, now did they? Pricks, if they were so advanced. They didn't have diesel mechanical cranes and backhoes. Man, they had hundreds of thousands of slaves digging it out with picks and shovels. This is how the first railroads were set in America. Of course, using Chinese slaves by the masses. The poor machinery they had at the Panama Canal in the beginning of the construction. Thousands of men died from mosquito, malaria, crap, shit. They were so disorganized, poorly equipped. They abandoned the project. Some other groups of companies or whatever took it over and decided to finish it. They came in there with some kind of steam cable driven mechanical backhoe shovels and stuff. In the beginning, they were using picks and axes. Tens and thousands of slaves. Anyways, we've been deceived by our own kind. Man is so deceiving. He's actually more scary than any friggin' alien out there. I mean, you ever seen the movie The Predator or the Aliens movies? They're cunning, they're conniving, they're very vicious, like a snake, right? Man is much worse than that. So, someone says, is there one someone that's worse than a beast? Yeah, man. Oh yeah. Man, oh yeah. Much more scary and deceiving than a snake. Because a snake goes by his instincts. Most of these animals out there, whatever you want to call them, mammals, reptilians, you know, they go by their instincts. Either it's wolverines, hyenas, lions, and dogs. Yeah. But a man has got a brain. He can take the time to think and cook up some nasty deeds, nasty plans. He is a lot more scarier than your local snake who does things by instincts. Man does it far more than instincts. He does it for viciousness, for pleasure. Yeah. Normal animals only hunt when they're hungry. Man does it for pleasure, for game. So which one would you fear the most? The idea of absolute power dates back in the times of the pharaohs, Egypt. Yeah. How to live for free, have the slave do all the work, and become rich and wealthy and powerful. So, what has changed? And he would have his fortune tellers work for the pharaoh, you know, the witches and the slaves and whatever you want to call it, the servants. Yeah. Work for the kings and queens. Meanwhile, they dominate the poor worker. They threaten them with a sword. You go a few hundred years ago. It's pure bullshit. Pure bullshit. Something to look at would be, all these UFO sightings in the times of the Roswell incident. You know, if it was a world thing, it'd be reported sightings all over the world. So was it just the United States? Because when you got a group of people, you know, you say they're puppets of the elites. Well, not everybody's a puppet of the elites. Himalayan You know, the monks that live in Himalayan mountains. I'm sure they did not see no UFO. Why is that? Some villages in Russia didn't see no UFOs. It's always the puppets. They see a UFO. Yeah. You start putting the puzzle together, you know. Those puppets are contemplating, they're scrutinizing, they're cooking things up. Yeah. It's called a make-believe. Make-believe. Whatever story happened back in Rome, they distorted the truth. That's what they did. They distorted the truth. Whatever took place, they distorted the truth. And yet did not comply to their own preachings. That's really sad, man.
What do you mean invite? Are you saying, Wacko, are you saying that we sent you an invite to come here? You didn't come here on your own free will? God damn.
Oh, I guess I did. I just remember Digi's the one who told me about this room. I used to come here a long time ago. Then Digi brought it up. I'm like, okay, why not? So yes, it wasn't an invite. You're absolutely correct. But I used to come in here. And then I was reminded back again about this room. I'm like, is that room still around? So I looked it up. So that's why I'm here. I can leave though. I noticed I was bounced. Must be intruding, some kind of channel business or something going on here. But very good. I'll let you guys have your meeting. Very good.
No problem. I just had someone trying to slander me in my room earlier, saying that I've been spamming invites to people, which I don't do. So I just thought maybe you were a part of that. So I apologize. I don't send invites. I have a link in my profile, but yeah, I don't send invites. Typically, I don't, unless someone personally asks me to send them a link. Then I may do that.
Yes, did you? Yeah. There's the gang with the Roland gang, and the Harry Balsack is in there. Been a lot of activity in that channel lately. Oh yeah. Digi, Roland, Balsack, they're all in there, spreading the word. They're coming from Zach's Tech Talk channel, led by Ronan. Kelby hangs around there. The Cyber, the Balzac, they're all in there.
Well, for the first time, I noticed Mr. Harry. I think I don't know if it's a new name or old name. Had a weird picture on it. Anyway, for the first time, I've seen him just about loaded up in every room that he's not banned from. So he's in every room. I guess he got really bored. So he's in Microphone Fiends. He's in the Crazy House 11. He was everywhere. I think. So I believe I turned those rooms off. But any smart person with any type of intelligence that owns a room would kick him to the curb pretty quick.
There's an operation going on. It's led by Ronan. Thinks he's some kind of Jewish Jesus. Oh, the guy's on. Oh yeah, he's special. He's running an operation. Balsack is part of it. Cyber is part of it. Big operation, that's right. If clown asses. Man, Balsack is everywhere. So is Kelby. So is Cyber. They're everywhere. Seems like they're doing some kind of cleanup operation.
Yeah, they're up to something. Yep. Whatever floats their boat, whatever makes them happy. I guess we'll just have to Is it their idea? No, that's another question. Or are they working for Zello? Or this really made him really mad when I called him out years ago. He's been stalking me ever since when I called him a freaking what did I say? NSA. I said he worked for the NSA and he must have a cubicle down there. That really pissed him off. Yeah, usually. I'm sure he's in what they call counterintelligence, but really it's called, there's another name for it. I can't remember what it is. Set him up. He sets the dominoes up so they can be knocked down type of thing.
Yeah, well, that's his personal vendetta. Disinformation agent something. Suda had the title for Balzac. He also reacted really highly when Suda called him DOD or something like that. Disinformation agent. Balzac's under tremendous pain. Third divorce. Took him to the cleaners. Severely. He's being severely punished, yes. In his private life. And he's out there, his own comments, he's out there to destroy people. That's his sole goal and mission, operative. That comes from his mouth, so. And we got recordings of his confessions, about him being severely punished. He's in severe pain. So is Ronan. Ronan also has some pain. And they're out there to conquer, like some kind of Alexander the Greats and Genghis Khans. When I look at their modus operandi, I pretty much classify it to Napoleon Bonaparte, Genghis Khan, Alexander the Great types,
Yeah, I wouldn't doubt it a bit. Yep. Well, let's not talk about them too much in here. Not worth our time. And just don't feed the pig, You can't feed the pig.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Rainmaker, are you in here or are you not in here? Oh, am I going to have to get his attention? Oh, shit. Let's see here. Oh, yeah. Let's see here. Where is he at?
Yeah, oh yeah. Early morning, 5:21 a.m. here on the eastern coast. Eastern coast, yeah. One of them fall nights. Winter is coming. Yeah. So how's everyone doing? Anything new on the menu? Just sitting here, updating and some hardware on the computer. Yeah, gotta update that computer, make it a bit faster. Another early morning, sun rising on the east end. Yeah, watching some earthquake movie. What's it called? The Core. Yep. Anybody home? Oh, the freight train is passing by. Data transfer is taking a long time. These hard drives are very big. It's another beautiful fall day. Yep. Maybe I should post a picture. I got something nice for Halloween. A little nice IP radio you can use. Zello one. I like the one with the cradle walkie-talkie. Works very well. you can charge your spare battery, your second battery. Right in the back has got a second slot in the cradle. You can charge the walkie-talkie with the battery pack clipped in, plus the spare pack on the back. It's really cool. And of course, the last picture is the base station. The best on the market. It could be used as a base station or mobile. I haven't seen anything better yet in terms of sound quality, sound wattage, power. Most of them have 2 watts. This one has a 5-watt speaker. Yeah. Amazing hardware. Yep. A vehicle terminal can also be used as a base station. That's right. It's got a 12-volt DC input. Amazing. Amazing. You can use it both as a base station or a vehicle unit. Oh, don't worry about them paralyzing communications. You know, if they want to paralyze, they'll paralyze everything. Yeah, everything. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. Yeah. All they have to do is get an order from the government, and corporations will pull the switch on everything. Leave certain channels open strictly for 911, and that's it. You won't be able to call your friend or your grandmother, for that matter. Well, strictly reserved for emergency purposes only. That's correct. That's it. It is already enabled, the protocol. Use a dead SIM card. You put it in any phone, unlocked of course. Although it is not active, you can still make a 911 call. And the priority on the protocol is already, how should I say, invoked. Yeah, by default. So, yeah. UHF walkie-talkies can't go far with that. But you get a couple of kilometers if you're lucky. I don't know. It's good, but, you know, as a group, when you want anything else, you're going to have to rely on higher technology. Yeah. I'm worried about a radio going down. What about a trip with an airline halfway across the seas and they decide, well, we can't land here while I'm running out of fuel. This is Captain Major Tom hailing air traffic control. Yeah, well, you cannot land here. What? Hello? Yeah, so many other things you could worry about. You cannot get gas. You can't get your money at your local bank. Maybe you can't even get groceries at your local grocery store. Then what? I wouldn't worry about it too much. Just a radio, you know. It's not like you're investing $50,000 in it. You know, it's like a cell phone. Nice little toy. Comes in handy. I mean, it's always nice to have a set of Motorola Kenwood radios. Oh shit. I can't reach anybody in Seattle, Washington with a VHF, UHF, Kenwood, Motorola RF radio now, can I? See, that's the problem. So, this IP radio technology. Did you know that England is converting all to IP radios? They're dumping their Motorola Sabres, all of them. Some 15,000 radios are going to be on sale at your local eBay, Craigslist. The Queen has ordered the entire country to convert to IP radio. All infrastructures are being transformed. Every site, every corner, every mountain hill will have a cellular antenna, a cellular site. There will be no place in England where you will not get cellular connection. When that goes on, they're going full digital radio IP. They're tired of the airwaves. They're really sick of them. And they had their run. They monopolized the market for so long. They're good, yes. Construction site, you go fishing and hunting. They're good for this. For places that are out of range of any modern telecommunication infrastructures, they're still good for that. But us, unless we're climbing mountains somewhere, it's always what need, what work, what need, the need for a particular device. Different devices have different needs. That's the way I look at it. So you select devices for the particular application. So IP radio is fantastic. It's amazing. They even have repeaters on this side, the Tello. Was it the Tello? They have repeaters. You can migrate from IP radio to DMR and vice versa. They have a repeater on their side up to 50 watts. You can go IP to analog and what's it called? The GRMS, FRMS repeater, 50 watts. Sure. But like in the city, you don't need a repeater because everybody has IP cell phone network connections. You need licenses for this. It's not really necessary unless you have some region, some log cabin in the mountains or something. Other than that, you're not going to need it. You're always in the city anyways. So, excursion required UHF radio. You go hunting and stuff like that. No cell towers in that area. Okay. Yeah, sure. The benefits of these radio, the one I'm posting, the M6, is it could run 24/7. You don't have to worry about any batteries or anything like that. It's power supply. It feeds at 12 volts DC, and this could be connected on a UPS, universal power supply, that you use for computers or anything bigger. Run 24/7 on this thing. Cell phones are becoming, they're not as practical. I mean, they are, but they're not. It all depends, again, the use of it. So I find this M6 the cream of the crop in terms of mobile base IP radios. Instead of spending money on expensive HF systems, ham radio, which sucks. It's old technology. It's good for a particular application, but I don't have any use for ham radio. I really don't. So IP, you can go worldwide. There's different applications. Zello's not the only one who does walkie-talkie. There's many other ones, companies that are out there. So, the way I look at it, IP radio does have a future. And when I said England, I was referring to the law enforcement. Their whole entire law enforcement, yeah. They're dumping their Motorola Sabres. They're digital radios, of course. They're dumping them for the IP radio. Yep. All of them. Me, I'm searching for a radio that does DMR, perhaps APCO 25, or analog, or a combination of 2 or 3, including IP. So I can go IP, I can go DMR, I can go APCO 25, or I could go straight analog with it. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, that'll be just great. With the DMR radio, you can have a repeater at home connected on the internet. It's connected through all the nodes throughout the ham radio band. And having a ham license, you can talk to a whole bunch of amateur fellas across the entire world ham, network, the ham license. Well, that's pretty cool. You don't necessarily have to have a shortwave radio with a antenna that's like anything between 80 and 160 feet long, 30 feet high. There's a lot of places you can't even install that dipole. Radios, $5,000. They go up to $10,000. You can get one for I don't know, $1,500 ICOM or Yaesu. But you don't need to do this. DMR repeater via the internet, and they have nodes through the ham networks, and you can talk to a whole bunch of hams. The ham boys are really getting sophisticated now. It has evolved over the last few years. So we can do ham too. Yeah, DMR and a repeater. It's a little unit. You connect that to your internet at home. So we call it a repeater. So you can be on a ham band, talk to a whole bunch of ham boys from Fiji Islands to Australia on the ham bands. And you can do DMR private, you can do GRMS, FRS private. You can have your own repeater too if you want a license. And you can do IP license free. There you go. Amazing. Or you could do direct line of sight, GRMS or analog. You can get a radio that does all of that, handheld. 1, 2, 3 protocols. And you're in business. You can talk to anyone with that single radio. Ham boys, your local analog boys at the campsite. All world IP. That's pretty cool. Major Tom to Rainmaker. How's it going? What's up, buddy?
I think he was too busy blabbing his mouth somewhere. I don't think he's even listening.
What up, Lincoln? How you doing, man? Yeah, U.S. Uncle Sam. I thought it was a cartoon character or comic strip character. Anyways, man, how's it going?
I don't know. It's going okay. I'm just listening to other people and keep it real. Still confused. They still don't get it, but they think they do. It's just hilarious to me. Hopefully things are good over that direction.
Yeah, it is quite entertaining. So I'm over there. Yep, see you over there, man.
They are not here to promote interplanetary peace. The aliens are here to rob our planet of water at the rate of 1 million gallons per second. And they're here to export another commodity to their planet.
Processing plant. Shipping food.
Hello, anybody there? Check, check. Testing, 1, 2, 3.
Oh yeah, cooking supper, making fresh coffee. Another great October evening.
10-4. 10-4. You're in Canada, right? You just had Thanksgiving?
No, it's coming. Thanksgiving is coming. Yeah, you guys, I think it's in November. United States. Been watching some documentaries, the banking and all the stuff being in the banking lately, the last couple of days. It's all on YouTube.
It's all gonna be over soon. They're gonna shut down everything. They're gonna shut down the electricity. Never mind what excuse they give you. I don't care if they blame it on a fucking solar flare. They're gonna kill your power. They're gonna kill your fuel. They're gonna kill your food. But don't worry, they won't let humans just die in the middle of the street and all pass away. They'll have a collecting crew out there too. I know how these people operate. They're gonna have a collection unit out. You ready for it, Ed? Are you ready? Are you ready, Ed, for the end of the world? The other people in the other room just told me to go fuck off. Over in microphone fiend? Yeah. I said, I'm a crazy conspiracy theorist and don't mess up their vibe. So they're just getting high and doing whatever they're doing. These people aren't fighters.
Yeah, I think I'm ready. We'll see when it gets here, though. Really feel bad for Imong Soul. He's getting the thick of it. I haven't heard from him in a few days.
He's in here right now. I just haven't heard him key up. That's all. But it shows that he's on.
Yeah, looks like he's busy. A lot of people in here tonight.
I don't think he's on my... I don't think I have very many people on my friends list on this account. Hopefully people don't take it personally. I just try not to add a bunch of people to my friends list, so I can't see if he's online or if he's away, like you can. I had too many people sending me invites and abusing it, so unfortunately I had to kind of turn it off.
Yeah. You change your accounts like I changed my, toilet paper.
No, I only have a handful that I use in real life. I have some accounts that I've made that I've never used before until recently. Like Bubble Boy is one of them. I made that in 2013, and I first used it, I think, just like a week ago. I still have my main account.
Oh, I just made some homemade Five-Guy all-dressed cheeseburgers, French fries. Thank God don't have to go to no bells and whistles outfit to eat something delicious. Of course, at a fraction of the price.
Yeah, it's dangerous. Make a bunch of homemade French fries. I eat them all. No leftovers. Doesn't matter how many I make. So still no word from Iriscan, huh?
No. Don't know how long he'll be gone. Well, I hope he comes back soon.
Yeah, I got my hopes up when I saw Lincoln bouncing around and messing with his account. Thought maybe he'd come back. So whereabouts are you located there, Darwin?
Border, New York State, very near Messina, above Cornwall. I'm about I would say an hour and a half drive from Messina, New York, if I go straight. I'm in the region of Quebec, Montreal, in the suburbs actually.
Ah, maybe that's why I thought you were in Canada. Yeah.
It's been a while since I drove to the States to go shopping. Well, time goes by so fast. You don't even see the years go by.
Yeah. It'll be over before we know it.
You know, me, I find very hard time believing the church and the popes and the shit they've done over the many centuries. I don't trust them. Never did. Never did trust them. They play double jeopardy, these churches. They don't play straight. So I don't believe anything. I don't believe in them. I lost belief. Barely even believed them from the get-go. There's too many suspicious things about the church. So where I go, where I come from, I guess I'm going to find out with or without the church.
Well, hopefully without. Church is very evil. I believe the Bible is true, but the churches don't. Churches don't follow the Bible. They're a bunch of liars.
Yeah. They didn't allow the people to read the scripts, the popes. I think, what year was it? I don't remember what year it was. 600 or 1300? Or was it something like that, where the first printing press was built and designed, and the first book they printed was the Bible. So the church would preach it in its own way, allow us to know what they want us to know. Then they allowed King James to rewrite it somewhere in 15-something, 14, 15-something. Now, why would the gods of the world allow him, to rewrite it? No, something's wrong about this too. Something definitely wrong. The winners told their stories from the get-go, and the losers never had a chance to speak for themselves. So they made history how they saw it fit. Why the hell would I trust any of them? Either it be Genghis Khan, Julius Caesar, Mohammed, you name them, Napoleon Bonaparte, and all these. To me, they're all creeps. Don't believe any of them.
I wrote up. I didn't write up. I took notes on a couple things about church. I'll see if I can find them and post them in here. It's a quick read.
The church only allowed the Jews to lend money from the get-go. The white man was not allowed, forbidden to lend money. That is why all the banks throughout the world is all Jewish operated. It's the church that did this from the get-go. Deep reading. I did myself quite some reading. It's too much for me to go fetch it on the internet. It's years of reading that I retain in my memory. They did this. Oh yeah. And something happened during the Roman days, but they tell their story how they see it fit. Not exactly the way they say it.
Yeah, there you go. Church is the name for a false god. They name the body of Christ after it and start twisting scriptures, pushing their false religion.
Yeah. Two entities in the world that don't want to, how should I say this, divulge their fortunes to make it public. The Vatican, one of them, that do not want to make their personal fortune a public knowledge, and the Federal Reserve. They don't want us to know the owners of the Federal Reserve. Now, why is that? Because the Vatican owns half of the properties out there that you believe your government owns, but your government has to pay tax money to the church for renting these properties. That's what the deal they signed when they invaded the New World. The governments were broke, the church financed it, and the government supplied the slaves, the rejects and the outcasts. Canada, United States, Australia, oh, they fucked us. Oh yes. Last year, the Catholic Church had a budget of $160 billion for their churches in the United States only. Where's the money coming from? Messiah came to this world You could heal people, make it for the people. They killed them for it. That's right. The Romans, the Julius Caesar. Yeah. Guess what? They're Italian. Uh-huh. Disclose was the word I was looking for. The Vatican never disclosed their personal fortune. Kind of wonder why. Well, they don't want to tell us how much they enslaved us for. Of course.
Yeah, why would they?
You know, it's people dying at old folks' homes these days, today, in our days. And you've got the church going around convincing these dying people they have no money to give, what's it called, inheritance. They have no family to give it to. And they convince these poor dying people to give it to the church. An ongoing thing in our present day. They're busy milking poor people who are dying, for the money. That's what your church is up to. No good. It's funny, I never see no priest working hard. Never saw that in my life. Building railroads, bridges. Nope. They don't pay taxes on the property they occupy, their churches. They don't pay taxes. City tax, school tax. None of it. Yeah, I read the article. I'm going to click on that link and go save it for later reading.
Team has been dispatched. The haters are to be considered armed and extremely dangerous.
I don't get it.
Come on, Gerald. They've seen the same thing as the rest of us. Every nuclear weapon on Earth, gone. Millions of people vanishing into thin air. If Macalilso is not God, then who is he?
He's just some con man who saw what was going on and took advantage of it before anyone else came to their senses.
And maybe he's an alien from another planet.
He is.
Ever since we're little kids, you never believed in anything. At every puppet show, you're looking for strings. At Christmas, you're looking for Santa's footprints on the roof. Finally, you got all the proof you need, and it's still not good enough.
Maybe I'm not looking for God. I'm just looking for my family.
Hey. Hello? William W. Spino?
Close enough. Yeah, that's me.
Are you still the only occupant of this building?
Yeah, that's right. Just me and my dog.
I need you to sign for your Day of Wonders package. Hey, can I see your global ID, please?
Oh, yeah. Sorry about that. There you go. Hey, it's nice not just to be a number anymore. Now I'm 3 numbers, a dash, 5 numbers, another dash, and 7 more numbers. So, I guess this stuff's keeping you pretty busy, huh?
Oh, shucks, yeah. But they've hired a bunch of extra guys, yep. By this time tomorrow, every man, woman, and child on the planet will have a pair of these glasses. Huh. Can't wait to see what the fuss is all about.
You and me both, pal.
So, how's it going?
Just surfing. Researching, as I always do.
I have no time. I had no time to do any. Got a couple of documentaries, some UFO released on declassified secrets, YouTube stuff.
Yeah, you gotta be careful about some of that stuff. That's usually just planted information, but I don't even know what I'm looking for anymore because I believe I got pretty much down to the bottom of the rabbit hole, at least far enough as I can get on this physical dimension. But yeah, I'm still looking, still trying to research. But yeah, I don't like. They have this phony UFO thing going on. It's called MUFON, and along with it, you got these people from I can't remember what it was called. Something project. The something project. Cannot remember. Anyway, it's all phony. It's a phony UFO agenda thing by them.
Oh, you mean the Blue Book Project? Well, I always perceived it as a money-making fairy tale stories.
Well, I wasn't necessarily referring to that. There's another project that's open to the public that's designed to be told to the public. It's called the something project. Gosh darn it. It's all phony, and MUFON is a part of it. It's bullshit. They're behind it. They're behind the stuff. But the alien agenda is going to be up soon. I think they're in a hurry, so you got to dot all their I's and crosses all their T's here soon. But I cannot remember what it's called. I think it's on the back burner right now, but I'm sure it'll come up here in the near future again.
Yeah. The Marines of the Pacific Coast this summer released some kind of UFO that looks like a pill, flying fast, low altitude, close to the water, zooming here and there. Why would they release these radar interception videos? It looks like a bunch of quackery on the video from the pilot's cockpit. Why would they, why would they do that?
Well, it's part of the agenda. 20 years ago, when someone would see something, they would start sending people out, telling them to shut up about it. Now, all of a sudden, they want to tell everybody about it. So it's part of the agenda. They wanted to bring it out when they were ready to bring it out as a part of the agenda. It's the same thing with the electric car. People were trying to create their own personal electric cars that were reliable, and they killed it all until Tesla come on. Tesla with Elon Musk, a little agent, all of a sudden, boom, Teslas were successful. The only reason Tesla was successful is because there's a bunch of fraud, a bunch of write-offs on the batteries. The technology was already known about and hidden, and they brought it out when they wanted to bring it out. It's the same reason the aircraft industry is successful. A lot of write-offs, a lot of fraud. It's not sustainable. The aircraft industry cannot make money. It cannot make money. It goes into the red every year. So, just another... I'll just keep going down the rabbit hole, and I won't stop if I don't shut up.
Just a little bit sometimes is plenty. I try to keep it as simple as I possibly can. There was a documentary about the banking system again, how they create money, and 97%, only 3% of the cash is distributed through the public, and 97% is actually only electronic. That's what they were saying. So if you see $50 million coming redistributed as cash, currency, bills, paper bills, well, you can imagine this trillions being distributed to the banks, and we don't see that part. We only see the part, the 3%. Shit. They make a lot more profit not having to print all this extra money, but it is, created. But it's costly to manufacture paper bills, money, currency. So they were explaining the other part of the scam, The money that we don't see. And the profits they make, we don't see. And how banks make profits out of nothing. I don't know, a lot of shit going on out there. You don't know what these spooks are up to. Always, conniving some vicious plan,
Well, all these people are getting filthy rich on supposedly things that are supposed to make your daily lives easier. It's like, oh, how's that possible? How are these people getting filthy rich? And, and supposedly our lives are easier. The guy that invented the ATM company owners are filthy rich. So how are they getting that money? Obviously, they're a middleman. Everything they're trying to add to the system is just another middleman, another stop in the system to make them rich. So who's really paying for it? The population. So the population is only going to get poorer because they keep adding stuff onto the system to make themselves richer. Look at these people in these huge mansions, Even these sports teams. I mean, you got football players that are making $25 million a freaking year, for putting a ball down a fucking field. It's freaking crazy.
There was also another video documentary on YouTube, the corruption of the sports. It's fucking horrible, man.
Yeah. Well, it's just as bad, if not the same, as the phony YouTube star thing going on now. Getting as many YouTube stars as they possibly can, and they wonder why they're so freaking, why they're so popular. And it's because they're popular because they're stupid, because they want stupid shit on YouTube. So people like me, who are actually researchers that put real stuff out about the stuff that's going on in the world, are ignored. And these people are just like, oh, thank you for subscribing. This couldn't have been possible without you. It's like, no, what about YouTube itself? YouTube itself is the one promoting all this stupidness. But it's not just YouTube, it's the whole system. The whole system rewards stupidity because that's what they want.
Yeah, it's all about the money. The whole thing. Whatever it is, it's all related to money.
Oh, yeah, of course. People will do, the whole population's brainwashed on what is successful in society and what isn't successful in society. They one thing is usually added, well, maybe two. Success is based on how much money you make, and success is based on, what was the other thing? How much money you make? I guess that's pretty much it. There's maybe a few other things. But they never look at what are they really doing. Is it really helping humanity, or is it harming humanity? And then they give you fake things that harm humanity to steer you into ways to really harm humanity, Lawyers are not success. Lawyers are a scam. The system has to keep the lawyers busy, so they make sure that they have, they create more crisis out there. They want to add more police force to the, people to the police force eventually, after they do this phony contrived bullshit, defund the police, just so they can prop up crime, so they can just add more later. The hammer's coming down. It's not about whether we need more police or less police. The issue is, who are they working for, and what is their agenda? Okay. That's what the real issue is.
Their agenda. Well, without reading nothing, without even getting no education whatsoever, just by what I see when I go out on the streets, you know, their agenda is to clean us out. Literally clean us out. It's just about the shit you witness. You need no MIT education for this.
Well, you're right. But they want to make it, what they're trying to do is defund the police as they escalate tougher standards of living and make it harder for us to survive at the same time that they're creating this defund the police so they can then really spike crime up. So they can say, look, see, we took police away and look what happened. So they're going to add twice as many, right? In the future, that's what they're going to do. But that's not what the issue is about. It's about who is training the police and what is their goal. And I think we know what their goal is. But my point is the police themselves don't have any clue because they are trained. And they're not really trained, they're programmed into a certain way of thinking. So they don't see the real problem. And no, they don't really see the real cause of the problem. What their job is their job is to sweep up the streets and deal with the problem, the after effects of the problem, not the actual problem. The police have no idea that the system is setting up the public to fall off the bus. And they just make sure the police are there to freaking sweep them up after they have fallen off the bus.
Well, here's the problem. Every time there's a sergeant or a captain that decides to investigate the crooked politicians and his cronies, he's threatened to be cut off, fired, and cut off from his pension. So the cowards, they back off. The dirty politicians do their shit. The politicians work for who? They work for these fucking elite scumbags and control the world. First, they have to be part of the club to be even to be elected to begin with. Yeah. And if they become a nuisance to the powers that be, they could be eliminated. Well, there's your problem. Nobody dares. Nobody dares to go against the system. That's your problem. And we could be here screaming and yelling. Cops will sell us out for their pensions. So me, myself, and I society, basically what that means, we're fucked. Every time a journalist fought for the people's rights, they ended up dead. There you go. We got a fucking problem here.
Well, I got a couple things I got to do. Get back to me when you're done eating. I can't stand it. No offense to you. I just can't hear. I can't stand it.
Well, what I said is what I said, eating or no eating. So, that's what counts. What's really going on? Cops, every time they want to do something good, they get threatened, be revoked from their job position, their pensions. Oh yeah, it happened here in Canada when federal police decided to go after an ex-prime minister for some bullshit crime. So he got threatened to lose his job position and his pension. No one wants to end up in a ditch to fight for someone else. You have no more camaraderie. No more. It's me, myself, and I society. The powers that be have too much powers over our politicians. They're, like you said, puppets. If they don't fall into place, they'll be removed. So they're just government employees. Most of the time they're not, how should I say this, briefed with a large country that's got a few hundred years of history. This guy's in for 4 years, maybe 8, that's it. Next. They wouldn't even have time to debrief him on the history. It's just too long. So, yeah. Work by the numbers. He's there. He's told what to do, and we're fucked. Yeah, we're fucked. Cops. Yeah, they're not gonna risk their pensions and their future for the good people. They're not gonna do it. Me, I say, ride the wind. That's all there's left to do. Nobody wants to do nothing. You're on your own. So you gotta ride the wave, as they say. I'll be alone to ride the wave. You know, destiny was set a long time ago. So, good old school Davy Crockett crap. That's it. Seems like it's the only thing that still works for now. Politicians, they do what serves them best. Serves them best. They don't care about me, you, anyone. That famous line Spock says in his Star Trek Odyssey, to be or not to be, what's the difference? Maybe it would have been an interesting topic at, you know, at the early age, 18, 25, a lot of energy, a lot of patience and tolerances, one in each other. I noticed we had so much to say around that age group. As we got older, it worsens in all walks of life. Nobody listens. They just want to have their way. You know, by age 35, I said to myself, look at this. Look what it's, you know, come to be, you know. Me, myself, and I. I didn't think it was so serious at 19, but by the time I reached 35, I was upheld by the severity of this problem. So today I kind of gave up. Let them be whatever it is that they want to be. When you're young, you got too much to say. You notice that in the younger people. And then you reach the older people, especially the ones that are 65 or more. It's funny, they got nothing to say anymore. It got me curious. I think I was 20, 21 at the time. And I asked an older fella, he was in his 70s. I asked him. He says, what's the point? No one cares. What? Yeah. I asked him a curious question. Would you ever come back to your younger years and relive this wonderful life? And the old man said to me, hell no. Got me thinking. I said, well, Jesus, it must be fucking horrible. You don't want to relive it. He says, oh, you'll find out, he said. You'll find out. And I got, you know, thinking, oh, how bad is it? Maybe he doesn't want to demoralize me. So he didn't want to mention too much about things. Yeah, figuring I was a young fella, 21. I'll find out the shit in due time. Felt like he didn't need to tell me. knowing that I will find out in due time. Yeah. Meaning, sometimes it's better to live in ignorance. You'll be less depressed. You know, tell a young fella too much about the reality. You may demoralize the fucking kid for the entire life that he's got left. You know, certain things are maybe not meant to be mentioned. I want to spare that kid the horror true stories. You have to have the morale to manage this crazy information. Or maybe we knew it all along, we just refused to accept it in our younger years. You know, I think we knew about the salty shit, even as far back as high school days. But we refused to accept that mankind was that ugly. Oh no, can be possible. You know, it's far-fetched, you know. I'll tell you one thing I know. One thing I know. There's many things I don't know, but there's one thing I know. We're all gonna hit what we call a checkerboard, a no impasse, a dead end. You know, that checkerboard you see in the cul-de-sac there. There's nowhere to go. You gotta turn back. We're all gonna hit that. That I know. That's one thing I know. I know the coffee's good this morning. I no longer go to Keep It Real. I scrapped that. Those idiots there. I scrapped them. You must have heard some echoes. I scrapped them good. They wanted to rumble. They wanted to rumble. So I gave them a rumble. Keep It Real fake is finito for me anyways. Practically everyone in it. Gotta enjoy these days of fall. These October days. They're wonderful. I'll tell you what I did this morning. I served some food. I put a nice little display outside on the deck. And then maybe the birds are going to come eat. A couple of days ago they were looking for food, so I figured I'm going to pick up some bird seed at the dollar store. And, you know, maybe they'll come out and eat this morning. Well, we're right. It's one thing we do agree on. No one cares. Self-absorbed, self-entitled. Me, myself, and I. That's it. No more camaraderie. Camaraderie, or whatever. Camaraderie, as they say it in French. Yeah. They never did care in 40 years. Why would they now? I see no signs of anything. That was 40 years ago. 40 years ago. 40 years. I do the math though. I was 18. I was 18 years old 40 years ago. No one gave a shit. It was all about the fucking pussy, the fucking money, the status. And through the years, no one ever cared. 40 years have gone by. What you're witnessing all over the place. The same broken record. There's only one thing left. Enjoy your life, whatever you got left. If that's even possible. Well, we'll see. We'll see to that. We will see. Meaning not just me or you, I mean all of us. Well, no alien encounters yet. But we had our fun. All these years, we had our fun. Well, I mean, there's always a flip side to the coin. Another beautiful day. Oh gosh, a little scattered showers here, cloudy. How's the weather in your part of town? Nice little calm afternoon. Watching a Flight with Denzel Washington on Netflix. You know, I like those Fire Sticks over the TV boxes. You know, these Chinese TV boxes. They overheat, they never last. Poorly built. They look all big, badass, bulky. You know, they're crappy. Yes. But two of them sticks. Don't need no plugins. You don't need no jailbreaking software, firmware, or bin files or anything. It's all user-defined in the setups. What's his name? Jeff Bezos made sure he would outperform the competition. I mean, did a great job. Been towing around these things for over a year now, and at least over a year. Almost a year. Yeah, last September. A year, yeah. And no problem so far, no problem. It worked like a charm. You can load software from third parties if you want. In the setups, you can unblock the third-party software installations. You don't need to do no jailbreaking crap. Complicated bullshit. Very nice. Very nicely done. You want to load Kodi? Download a software called download something. Kodi, I hate fucking Kodi, so that's why I didn't bother. A lot of free channel TV apps. And, I mean, if you want Kodi, you can install it. I just don't want it. If you want to put on Plexter, you can put that too, Plexter. Yeah, Plexter is something that works off a NAS server in the house. So you could have a gigantic June box. Put 10 or 50,000 movies in it and access them via cell phones, via LAN connections, via wireless connections, Wi-Fi. It's superb.
Denial is the most here because Zion is about to be destroyed. Its every living inhabitant terminated, its entire existence eradicated. Bullshit. Denial is the most predictable of all human responses. But rest assured, this will be the 6th time we have destroyed it, and we have become exceedingly efficient at it.
The Rainmaker. Oh, Lincoln, are you online? Okay, if you're using Zello or WhatsApp, maybe it's being compromised. Okay. First note. It is rumored cell phone networks are not pleased with apps like Zello, WhatsApp, because it is alleged that they are losing huge amounts of money, revenue, as more and more people move these forms of built-in free instant communications. Because of cell phone networks' revenue losses, it is believed that the cell phone networks are doing some kind of technical maneuvering by placing these apps on their redundant backbone, inferior networks, and throttling back usage. Apparently, this maneuvering is causing the unreliability and functionality issues that are now being experienced by Zello and WhatsApp users worldwide. Loss of signal, unclear voice messages, transmission problems, unable to transmit. Using your cell phone data network? That's correct. You're better off putting it on Wi-Fi and using your internet ISP that you got coming in the house. It may solve these hanging problems. Apparently the rationale behind this, users will become more and more frustrated from the highlighted issue, and then they will abandon these apps. Ah, jeez. Another hack that's going on Zello. Here comes the other hack. Any place, any person that's most likely badged or, as a moderator, can key in after you keyed in. He's got this mod, and it will not allow anybody to key in. It'll basically jam the channel. Pseudo has one of these mods in his phones. So after, let's say, you key down, he comes in, keeps it busy, no one can key up. He can hold it indefinitely. I know that Pseudo has that app. He's got it. He demonstrated the use. There's no way we could key up. Another security breach in Zello has been committed last night. They can log into your channel, make themselves admins. That's correct. It's related to Ballsack and friends. They can make themselves admins in your channel, and you see a fucked up name like Bang, username's got an admin. What the hell is that? He can finger, what do they call it, thumbs up, thumbs down. He can have an unlimited amount of thumbs up, thumbs down. Nobody has an unlimited amount. I think it's 3 or 4, and then you have to wait for it to reset. And you can go on all night going thumbs up, thumbs down, like red light, green light, all night. And no one's made that user. He could disappear, log off as you go to block him or something, and still keep doing thumbs up, thumbs down, and he's not even present on the channel anymore. This happened last night. Zello's been compromised again. Probably related to DG, Ronin, Frog, Cyber. Probably he's aware of this. He may not be doing it, but he's aware of it. He hangs with the filth. He hangs around with the filth. Ballsack, Ronin, DG, Frog. Yeah. So just to let you know the updated news. I believe that they have a guy from the inside Zello Corporation on a night shift. They secured at 3:30 in the morning. 3:30 a.m. That would be 12:30 your time. A.m. last night. That's correct. To have those type of powers, you must have direct access using what we call the test protocol software that they have at Zello.com. They can make an admin at will. They can test thumbs up, thumbs down, with no limitations. They do have this option at Zello.com. They can make an admin in your channel, no problem. And the only one that could do that is the Crown. But no, they've proven last evening they've done it. And we witnessed all the activity. So it had to be someone from inside Zello that's somehow doing favors for some of these outside parties. Most likely it would be Balzac. Yeah. He's the only one capable of having such contacts. Maybe it's Frog, maybe it's Digi, but it's among these groups of guys. Well, if you ever spot any activity funny happening on your channel, you'll know. You'll know what's going on.
So you say Colin Powell is dead. Yeah, it's starting to get them all now.
Yep, Colin Powell bit the dust. Another one bites the duster. And another one's gone. And another one's gone. Another one bites the dust. He's going to get you too. Another one bites the dust. You there, Levi?
Yep, I had to shut off that other channel. Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. It is what it is. We're going to go through everybody. I'm worried about going through the high schools.
When they start getting the vaccine, they're going to start dropping dead. And then you're going to know. Yeah, the corporations run the world. But nobody wants to do anything. We're still waiting for Jesus. Jesus is coming. Jesus is going to save us.
Vitamin D3, zinc, and magnesium. That'll save you. The zinc keeps viruses from replicating.
Dries your mouth out, too.
Yeah, dehydration is a bitch. So does ganja.
Yeah, but it's actually an element that actually dehydrates you. That's what it does. Weed don't dehydrate you. It gives you cotton mouth. There's the difference. Oh, my goodness gracious. Where'd you go? What are you doing? What's happening? What's going on, man?
Nothing. Say something. Talk about something. It's 6:45 and the sun's already half down. Leaves are finally starting to turn brown.
Yeah, it's almost the end of October. It's almost end of October. On the Blaze TV, it's Where Has Pete Been?
I read where Pete's claiming that this joblessness is going to continue, or the supply shortages are going to continue into 2022. No shit.
Because the homosexual, faggot, cocksucking, motherfucking queer that needs to be fucking shot, and all of the kind just like him, blowing fucking just a bullet right to the back of the head and watched her whole face blow off. Or a 12 gauge to the back of the head or the front of the head. It doesn't matter. Fucking faggot, homosexual, fucking faggot, queer motherfucker. I mean, you want to get into some fucking sex with a bitch? Do it in the fucking, go in the room. Do whatever you do, man. Don't be fucking queer.
Well, talking about Pete, you still talk to that guy from, the Wendy's guy, the fast food Wendy's guy, you know who I'm talking about.
No, but he works for some place out of fucking Fort Wayne now. Dude, yeah, it's the same people.
Yeah, I never liked that guy. He never liked me either. Definitely, yeah. Shady character.
Well, they gave him power to fucking subdue us. How'd that work out for him? How did it work out for them? Because I got to know everybody. From both sides. and in the middle. I just remember, Levi, don't think I was gonna fucking let them fucking dude, I was already had that plan from the beginning, man. Come on, dog.
Yeah, it is what it is. But we need to plan something or something if, you know, it's your week and, you know what I mean?
Right? Well, it's getting too late now. Say you will, say you won't.
Yeah, I just talked about it with her and let them handle it. But yeah, it's too late now. I had the sugar wax and just my good, but no.
Yeah, I went into that front room, man, and I went to town with the steam cleaner and everything. It's fucking... I found a couple presents in there, man.
Well, I bet you did. I mean, all those animals. Yeah, not surprised.
Yeah, it's good now. It's all good now.
You know, the reason why that window got opened was, you know, we go to the nice part. I'm not going to leave her sitting there in that, you know. And then, you know, that other one there would be a lot happier, nicer. You know, well, it probably is now. She got the turds out of the room.
Some of them Europeans. I think was it the Polish or the Hungarian? Hungarians, they call it Oktoberfest. Make a sausage named Oktoberfest. They're very delicious. Yes. It's Boogeyman night. Halloween coming soon. So how's the Zello thing going? Any news?
Well, are you still blocked? Are you still blocked from? Are you still blocked from Keep It Real? And why would Green Guy keep you blocked over there? Because I think you're on the block list.
Hello, everybody. Checking in. Hello. Hello. Hey, Lincoln. Good morning to you, sir. I was asleep when you called. So much apologies there, but I'm up now. So hello. Hello. How are you doing? Hello. And get back to me when you're available, okay? Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Oh, how are you?
Oh, I'm good. Hopefully you're doing good.
Yes, sir, buddy. I'm doing very, very well, actually. Yeah, I just woke up a little bit ago there. I had me I don't know if you call it a disturbing dream or a funny dream, but I had a dream, oddly enough, of somebody wanting to hit me in the nuts. Like, what? Must be some kind of crazy stress dream or something, because I know you're, I don't know. Just weird, because I was sitting, like, I guess in a theater or something, and somebody asked me, do you work here? I'm like, no, I just happen to be dressed this way. I'm a patron or whatever. I said, oh, okay. And then this guy standing right next to him. After the one guy leaves, the other guy turns to me there, puts his arm around my neck there like a buddy, like a friendly gesture kind of thing. Says, hey, do you remember me? And I go, no, not particularly. He goes, it's like, you and I have something to settle. I'm like, why? What's that? And he goes, you remember my friend, the guy you bashed in the nuts? And I go, no, I don't remember anything like that. You go, well, I'm gonna hit you in the nuts just like you hit him. And I was like, dude, you're crazy. I never hit anybody. I don't even know who you are. And like, I want those. Like, I was trying very diplomatically to get out of it, but I just, the guy was determined to kick me in the nuts or smack me in the nuts or like, so, and then I woke up, but I'm like, what the heck was that about? So it's kind of weird, but yeah, I mean, talk about honesty, right? just, I guess you dream all kinds of crazy things. Time, and it is a stressful time there these days. So, ain't no telling what'll come up to the surface, right? Anyway, how you doing? I'm glad to see you. What's new? I heard you calling for me on the other one there, and I appreciate it. I just thought I'd return it to you. If I happen to be around, I'll be on here. In fact, I want to go ahead and I want to give you a gift. I want to post my newest, latest, and greatest picture of my dog. She's poetry in motion. There you go. That's my dog. That is such a good dog. She is the best. I mean, I'm almost afraid to say it, but she is. She's not the nicest. Well, she's a very, very sweet dog, but she's also the most obedient dog I've ever had in my life. It's amazing. I mean, and everybody I ever, that meets her, they want her. So I'm like, no, you can't have her. She's mine. She's a beautiful dog. Anyway, just checking in. Wanted to see what was up with you today.
Sorry, I had an issue come up I had to take care of. I was going to key up, and I didn't want to interrupt you.
No problem, buddy. How's it going on your end there?
All right. I just have a lot of just dealing with a lot of things. I got called away for a second, so.
Well, I hope everything turns out really well. Whatever the issue is, I hope it turns out good for you. Yeah, you sound kind of pressed there, but yeah. Anyway, yeah. Thanks for giving me a shout there. Always nice to hear. And I see Ed is in here. He's away, but at least he's in here. That's kind of nice. Me and Ed get along really well. He's a really great guy. And yeah, it's like a nice little group there. Hopefully it grows at some point.
Oh, it would be growing right now big time if people knew it was here, but there's so much censorship going on. Ed hardly talks. The person he invited, never heard a peep out of that person. It's only a matter of time before I remove them from the room. Something scared Iris Scan off, so he apparently just disappeared and left without saying anything to me, which is really interesting. You do know that when Zello first started, and Zello was fair and not censoring everything at first, because there wasn't a wake-up movement at that time, I had 40 people in here. Zello froze up the room for 2 days and I couldn't enter it. And then by the time I got back in, there was like 2 or 3 people left. I had one person come back a month or 2 later saying, yeah, your room was just removed from my list and I could never find it again. And then he said something about having to type it into the search and have it, and then eventually it came up again, but he had to type it in directly, exactly the way it was spelled, instead of, because there's no trending list anymore because everybody could see it was all one-sided and lopsided, so they took it away. But the only trending rooms that Zello would let trend, quote trend, were the slap 'em up, hateful rooms that had nothing to do with real conversation, just banter. The banter type rooms they promoted.
Yeah, no, I knew about that. I figured that because all you saw up there was just the regular, like you said, the banter rooms, or maybe the trolling rooms, the roasting rooms, kind of thing like that. Any kind of low down kind of thing like that was the ones that were on the list. Because I got a couple of invites to a couple of rooms that I'm like, I just by the name, if the name didn't seem like something legit, I just like got rid of it. I actually did go into one room because I was invited by somebody, and the guy turned out to be an old. I guess the guy was like an old pervert or something. What was his name? Ginger, Master Ginger. I never forgot that guy. And I mean, with me, he always spoke halfway decent. But I kind of listened to him one day when he just, had a few in him there, and he just got really vile. So that was like, that's it. I just quit. I got out of it because, he was being really, really vile. And I think it's important that, your words mean things. You know what I mean? So when you say ugly things like that, I mean, what are you thinking? So I didn't want to be associated with somebody like that. So I kind of got out of that one. That was really the only bad room I really ever came across. There was this one room where this girl tried to roast me, I guess. I ended up turning the tables on her, and I ended up like pretending I was flirting with her. And then next thing, but it got away from trying to roast me anyway, because she was like, "Oh, really? Well, blah blah blah." And so then about 5 minutes, we ended up. She ended up trying to find out where I was and stuff like that. And I kept leading her off into wild goose chases. I was like, "What do you want to know?" "I know why, because you want me to massage your toes and make you feel all special. Because somebody over there wouldn't do that, but I would, stuff like that." So I was just having a little harmless fun.
Master Ginger, he was I think he was the self-indulged redheads should rule the world, and he was all like pretending he was God and only redheads know what's going on in the world or some shit. He was a crazy, stupid idiot. I don't think he was an old guy. I think he was some young.
Really? Well, unless he was good at doing voices, because he kind of sounded like a German or maybe Dutch or something like that. He had a very strong accent, like from Vienna or something. Maybe. I don't know, but I actually tried to talk to him sensibly one time. Because me, I had to give everybody a shot, but I didn't get anywhere with him. I'm like, oh, okay, later for this. So, so, and it was it. But yeah, man, I was in there in the early days there. In fact, that was, I originally got on to another, because I had 3 accounts on this thing at one point. I had one account a long, long time ago. It wasn't even named Zello at the time. I think it was called like Loud Talks or something like that. And then the second time I came in with the second account, then it had turned into Zello. And somehow I got locked. I didn't have that account for very long. I got locked out, and then finally I made this account. So, yeah, so I've been on here a while. But I was also playing with a couple of other programs at the time. I was on a program called Pal Talk a long, long time ago when it was really popping and, all that. Then there was another program called EQSO, which originally it started out for ham radio people. But they relaxed the rules to where just regular people could get on there. You just had to type SWL on the ID box for shortwave listener, and that way regular people could get on there. I made a lot of friends on there too, and then Chris on Zello here. So there was a few other programs that I used, but
This one by far is the one I was on the longest, I think. EQSO is really good. It was on a private server at one point, but then it was at a bank, inside a bank. But when the guy who was running it lost his job or moved to somewhere else or something, he couldn't use the bank server, so he done left, and that caused EQSO to fall apart. So yeah, that was it. That was the story with that. Yeah, it was a good experience though. I met a lot of nice people. The quality wasn't as good as Zello is though. It had it had more of a kind of a walkie-talkie sound to it rather than as clear as this is.
Yeah. I used to chat in Buzzin, or MSN chat. MSN chat. I'm not even. They sold it out to Buzzin. I'm not sure if it's still there or not. I used to chat in Yahoo. The original Yahoo chat was open and awesome, and had open communication. Now everything's all censored. They claim they have to censor everybody and keep everybody from chatting with each other for their safety, supposedly. They made up a bunch of shit and staged Chris Hansen with YouTube in order to shut down free speech, because Yahoo was open and fair, and it was open communication. It had military rooms, and the funny thing is that as soon as they started doing Chris Hansen, or as soon as I started exposing the truth when I woke up, they bumped up Chris Hansen a lot using YouTube so they can then shut it down, because they wanted to separate the military communication from the citizen communication. They didn't want citizens intermingling with military folks online. So, because they want to, create a divide, of course. And Yahoo had local rooms, it had whatever city you're in and all that stuff. And there were pretty cool people on that. But as soon as they shut that down, I think a fraction of the people found Zello, and some of those people made a room. Yahoo. It was called Yahoo. What was it called? Not Yahoo Outlaws, but like. Anyway, I'll remember it in a while. But Yahoo Refugees. That's what they called it. Yahoo Refugees, and that was in Zello. And that's when Zello really started picking up. It was about the same time Yahoo shut down. But that was all by design, because Zello was, it's not any safer. What they were doing was they were keeping people from communicating on a local level, and made it so now no rooms are listed. Like, they're totally shutting down this part of Zello. And at some point they'll shut it down. But they just don't want people communicating anywhere online, anywhere,
Oh yeah. Well, yeah, I was on Yahoo as well. Yahoo Messenger, Yahoo Chat, all that stuff. In fact, funny story. My brother was one of the people trolling, the Yahoo rooms or whatever. And he actually met his wife on there, oddly enough. So yeah, it was, it was kind of weird, but it worked. It worked for him. And they've been together quite a few years now. Hey, whatever works, right? But yeah, I was on there. I was on Yahoo Chat. I was on IR, ICQ and IRC and uh, a lot of those type of things like that for a while. But yeah, and then but the problem was a lot of those programs, they had sort of the same type of vulnerabilities because a lot of them were like web based, or you'd click on it and an interface would come up and all that, and you could, and you knew it was coming through your browser or some sort, either through Java or Shockwave or somewhere, and they all had their vulnerabilities. So people were getting viruses on their computers left, right, and center. Because I even remember back then, I was trying to. I actually got to where I compiled my own version of Windows for a while. I took some of the elements from like Windows 3.1.1 and some of the stuff from 95 and different. I mean, I really did make a Frankenstein of a system, but the good thing about it was I was able to monitor whatever went through it. Because since I'm the one that put it together, I could see how, if somebody tried to do something or, I knew how to get to everything because I put it together. And that way, if it malfunctioned, I could fix it, But it just didn't. And the good thing about it was it wasn't like the way Windows, the later Windows got to be. Once you install Windows, you didn't have any other kind of interface, With this one, I still left it to where you could still drop to DOS or you could drop, it was just essentially, or it was still just a program running on your computer. It wasn't this overwhelming interface thing that's all it did, So I was able to, which was kind of nice because now they did it the opposite way. They got Windows to the point to where, well, now you have a DOS box, right? Doing the exact opposite, right? To where if you want to do, you can't even do a low level anymore. A low level scan, low level format, nothing like that. Because those are the tools that you use to program with. And that, God forbid, they would want you to program anything. And to be able to clean out your own computer.
Yeah. I'm not too. There's a lot of things that Windows. There's a lot of stuff that it doesn't have anymore. Windows XP, I could do everything. I could see everything that was going on. I had full control. Now with Windows 10, supposedly you can't protect yourself and do anything for yourself. It's their services, and they're supposed to be watching it. Whatever, which is bad news. Windows XP was pretty good. When it comes to IRC chat, I stayed away from IRC. I used it for a very short time with a computer that wasn't really important because IRC was just it was a peer-to-peer. Unlike Zello, IRC was peer-to-peer. So your IP address would come up whenever you logged on. I don't think anyone today would use IRC unless they are heavily protecting themselves, and I mean severely protecting themselves. In fact, I don't think any smart people would be using IRC really much anymore. Zello's not peer-to-peer. Zello is you can't really do a personal harm attack on Zello, except for maybe the owners. the people that run Zello, like British intelligence, U.S. intelligence agencies, they can, set flooding packets like they've been doing. They can do a lot of stuff since it's their site, right? It's their program, and it is not peer-to-peer.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, the last bit of info I got from it was that it was based out in Texas somewhere. I think maybe, I'm guessing Houston, but but yeah, I do know it's based out in Texas there. And there's so much crazy stuff going on the program. You don't know what to buy and what not to. Because I do remember, I think I told somebody this the other day. I don't know if I said it in here, but I'll say it in here finally. Somebody called me once, pretty much in the middle of the night, and they told me that, hey, this is I'm calling you from the offices of Zello, blah blah blah, and calling you, and I checked, and yeah, it was a number from Texas, but you could spoof that. Anyway, they said that they had been monitoring my communications there, and I was always very personable with people, and I know how to get around people and stuff, and if I'd be interested in working for them. And they said if I'm interested, they gave me a number, a serial number. Use the number that they called and call them back, and I'll let them know, and they'll arrange something. I go, well, so, all right, I'll consider it. Of course, I thought it might have been a put on, so I never followed up on it. But it was, because back then, because I knew a lot of people wanted to make like they were Zello police and all kinds of stuff, so I never put any stock in it.
No, if I got all like that, yeah, I wouldn't take it seriously, even if it was them. But they do have your email address and phone number. Well, not my real. It's all my stuff. It's fake, but so they can try to call me, but it's not going to ring. But yeah, I chased those people away back in the day. They were the people trying to claim that they were FBI or what were all the claims? A small group of people actually started claiming they were Homeland Security. I was like, oh, really? You do know that's a felony to claim your Homeland Security if you're not. And then they all disappeared. They were tormenting a room and actually got the owner's trust. And actually another group was actually successful in nonstop talk and allowed them to control her room. Whether they're agents or whether she knew it or not, that's a different story. But they would say, yeah, we're Zello Protective Services or some agency, claiming to protect you, and it was ridiculous. They had all sorts. Then you had people claiming to be freaking pilots and astronauts, and okay, maybe not an astronaut. You had all kinds of claims, people from different parts of the military, and I was like, yeah, okay. Like, but I chased those people away.
Yeah, there was one guy, and I was really, he really made me smile. There was a few really happy experiences I had on here, though. Yeah, nonstop talk. That's where I think everybody started. That was the first room I got in on, because that was the first, that was the first one on the trending list. I popped in there. I think I stayed in there, an hour at the most. Couldn't get a key up, got aggravated, left. And at that point, I got into it. At that point, it was a brand new channel. It was Ring of Fire. That's when Ring of Fire started up. And the owner, I'm trying to remember what her name is. But yeah, I mean, I'm real good friends with her, but I just, because, I mean, I know what her real name is, but I'm trying to remember her username. Because she has so many. She's one of them that has, like, every day of the week she'd have a different one. Dreamy Pie or some kind of thing like that. Anyway, yeah, so she done, she just started the room up, and it was all right. That was the second place I went to. And she showed me the ropes on how to, and because I wasn't in, I talk there just like I talk here, because I had came off of CB there, and I was always surrounded by people cussing their brains out and telling you how much they were gonna do to your wife and kick your dog and run over your kid and all kinds of stuff, all crazy stuff. So so I'm like, no, if I find a good place to talk, I'm just gonna talk regular. I'm gonna, and even with those people, I never talked bad to them. So I don't know why they were coming off with such crazy stuff for, But I'm like, well, that's what they think of every day. They probably get off work and they're aggravated and they get on there and they just blow their aggravation out, on the radio. So that's why I left it, because it was. And then I went and got my ham ticket, and it was more or less the same thing. The only difference there with the ham guys was it was all about, well, I got a better radio than you have, and if you don't have a Yaesu, big old rig radio, then you ain't nothing, And there I am just starting out. I got like an HT, and maybe a mobile a little bit later on, and I busted my butt to get the mobile, and it didn't mean nothing. Didn't mean nothing to them, so I'm like, So it was like, it was more about having with the Joneses, especially in my area where I lived, and I'm like, man, I'm out of here. I'm out of this, Because I'm not about that. I'm not about, hey, I got to have a better thing than you do and all that. I want something that works. If it works, that's all I'm happy with. But, that's why. And then when I found Zello, of course, a couple of other programs where I could just talk to people. It was nice. It was, people weren't always cussing at each other. You always had channels where people did that, but there was a room in that EQSO, which was another program there. There was a room in there called the 4Q room, I mean, and you could see the inside joke with that. And that's what it was. It was their version of a roasting room. You'd go in there and they would they'd insult you from one which way to the other. The only difference was it wasn't dual audio. It was just one way, One person talks and the other, like here, one person talks, they unkey, then the next person talks.
Yeah, Nonstop Talk had. Remember Nonstop Talk? It had conversation police. What do they call it? Topic police. You couldn't talk about any conspiracy whatsoever. And screw those ham guys. All they do on a daily basis is talk about their antennas and their coax every freaking day. Oh, I got a new radio. Yeah, I got a new Yaesu 7150, and it has a waterfall screen with a big knob dial on it. And then everybody's, I swear to God, that thing's pushed by people that control the radio in the ham community. Is just to get people to buy new radios. Personally, I like the commercial radios. Kenwood commercial. They got everyone buying these radios, and no offense if you have one, but they kept getting people to buy those freaking what are those ones that are pushed? Midland? Is it Midland? Something Midland 115s and Midland 300s, or not Midland? What was it? They're promoting it everywhere, man. These little, I personally don't like them, but they don't, last a super long time. They're not proven in the field because they're not commercial radio. Commercial radios were for, government, military, and those were designed to last a long time. And if you had one that worked, it would probably still outlast something that's newer. I have some Baofeng handhelds. I have some Motorola's, and I have Motorola what is it? I have a Motorola T1000 or something 1000, and then a 600, the old brick one. And those are better, but they're heavier. So if I'm like on a hike or something, and it's not that important to me, I take the Baofeng because it's lighter and it's not as heavy. But when it comes to like mobile communication, I'm pretty much a commercial radio guy. And of course, I don't do the low bands, which is HF. I'm not interested in HF. I'm not interested in the skip bull crap, freaking bouncing off the atmosphere bull crap, and all this crap is just freaking boring. So it's like, those ham guys, they freaking abuse. I mean, even if they follow the rules of ham radio, they still abuse the radio by just, using the airtime to conversate and BS back and forth when they could do it on their, telephone or text, or, save the radio for when it's really necessary. Like, for instance, I like it when people are actually, I like the systems and the repeaters to be there for people to use in an emergency or to make a call out if they don't have a cell phone signal. But for God's sakes, these people hog up the freaking systems just to talk about their freaking, what they did all day long. Freaking.
Yeah. The kind of radios I had, let's see. For CB radio, I had quite a few CB radios, and those were all generally, and I kind of stretched the term a little bit, generally 11 meters. The only exception to that would be maybe my T-Berry. I had an AM, a T-Berry T-Dispatch. Beautiful radio, nice. Would scream. Was a really good, was a screamer. Because somebody somewhere ended up putting like heavy duty finals in the thing, but you could never find a power supply strong enough inside it to power the darn thing. Finally, what ended up happening, somebody ended up having to bring me over a trickle charger, like a Trip Light or one of those type of power supplies, and I actually had to power with that. But it was nice. It was, good radio. Then the other one I had, the nicest radio I had was a Cobra 2000, and that went from slightly below 1 on the 11 meter band to 28, 28045, 28046, something like that. Which was kind of skating it a little bit, but I never hardly talked. Well, internationally, I talked on 90, which 2791, 91 or 91.5, 90, something like. Sometimes you could even do between channels, 21,900, something like that. You did some pretty weird things, but yeah, I had some nice contacts there, and these were just regular, just talking regular. I used to talk to a guy regularly in France. It was 12 o'clock here, and it was like 6 o'clock at where he was. was almost a daily occurrence. It was nice. He sent me, a couple of QSL cards and stuff. Just regular conversations, nothing, controversial, nothing. Hey, how you doing? We're doing fine. And and I talked to a couple of people in the UK, stuff like that. That was just regular conversations, though. It wasn't like we were going to take over the world or anything. For handhelds, I had a realistic, what was it? 202s, yeah, realistic RS 202, 2 meter, and then I went back and I bought a 440 version of it, the 404. Those were heavy duty radios. I mean, they had some weight to them because they had the cell on the bottom that you click in. Those were, those are hard to beat radios. You could hit somebody in the head and hurt them with it. I'll put it that way. They are not Balfangs or Waxon or anything like that. Little radios like that. These things had put out about maybe 6 watts on high. Something like that. Now you'd be lucky you get 2 watts on maybe a watt or 2 on the small ones. So, because the new ones like the Balfangs and all that, those are like for local, like just enough to hit your local repeaters kind of thing. That's what they're for, or running through the flea market or something like that. The other radio I had the last realistic radio too, and it was actually made out of metal. I was pretty impressed with it. A realistic, what was it? 390 something like. Anyway, it was a real little tiny hand. It kind of reminded me a little bit of like the Alinco or something like that, but it was made out of metal, and that thing could go everywhere. In fact, it would go onto the regular band, plus it would go onto RMS and RMS and all that stuff. You could unlock it. So it's a pretty nice little radio there. But yeah, the only bad thing I didn't like about it was to key it up, man. It had a really, really, really hard key. You had to, so I ended up giving it to a friend of mine because I couldn't key it. So, but it was a nice radio. Yeah, I had me Starduster. I had an Astroplane. I had a few different antennas. But yeah. So yeah, I started back in 1970.
We got to keep the talk time down, bro. I'll never be able to have a conversation with you if we go too long.
74, something like that. Anyway, yeah, go ahead. So anyway, that was some of the radios I had.
Yeah, there's radios being sold. I personally stay away from the Radio Shack's not around anymore, but the realistic stuff. I had a realistic scanner, but I never had it. I wasn't ever really into. Oh, I did have a CB back in the day, but they were crystals, and actually I took the crystals and I got some crystals that actually put me above CB channels and all that stuff. But it never changed the fact that CB sucked. During the daytime, during about that time, and then the early 90s or something, it was just, it was no more than 6 watts, 12 watts, something like that. I think I was running 4 watts on the AM, and you couldn't really legally run more than 4 watts. And what's the point? HF sucked. I couldn't transmit more than 2 miles during the daytime, and if I'm lucky and I'm on a hill, I can get 15 miles. Just didn't make any sense. and it wasn't good for really communicating with anyone except for when you're really close at nighttime. That's why I like UHF and UHF day or night. Day or night, you have nice, clean communication. No freaking skip. None of that crap.
Right, Jar? Yeah, I mean, I agree. Well, like I said, it was it was a little different when I first got on because it was a lot more orderly because you even had to have a ticket right when I first got into it. You had to take a class and get a ticket and everything else, and then I would say about 75, 76 is when that started going by the wayside, and you started hearing all the truckers on there and things like that. And, but that's why I think I always talk the way I do because, I was just raised that way, it was weird. My parents always, well, my dad specifically, who was in the military, so he used to cuss his brains out, but I never did because it was like, danger of talking bad to your parents kind of thing. I never did that. So my brothers did. They, I don't know. I guess being the youngest, you kind of learn. So I never did. So anyway. So, yep, that's it. But yeah, so that's how we got up to here, up to Zello. And yeah, like for now, it's as good as you got. And yeah, but yeah, that email will always put you in touch with me if you need it. Until Google goes down or whatever, it's still available. So always feel free to reach me that way.
Oh yeah, no problem. I don't really have communication with anyone in Zello, really, but I appreciate it. Like Irish Scan just took off and left, and he didn't even say anything to me. In fact, I don't know what was said to him or what was even going on to make him just leave and say, "Oh, I'm deleting it," and then take off unless something's scaring him away. But he couldn't freaking say anything to me. I think someone was threatening him. That's what I think. I think someone was messing with him. Something's going on. I don't know what.
Yeah, no, I'm just like you, and that's why I always give you an alternate way, and I usually give my friends alternate ways to get a hold of me, or I'd like to get a hold of them in case I don't hear them. Like, hey, what's up, man? Because it kind of seems like a platitude or a thing, but I actually do care if I don't hear somebody for a while. I'm like, I wonder what happened to them. I hope they're okay. Because there have been, just like with you, I have had a few friends that just disappeared, never heard from them again. In fact, I have family members that happened to. My godparents that helped raise me for first part of my life there. They when I came down here, first 2 years I heard from them, but then after that I never heard from them again. And I'm like, I wondered if they went, if they went back to Puerto Rico, or if they got into trouble, or what happened to them. I don't know. So hard to tell. But that's why since then I always gave people alternate ways to get a hold of me just in case. That way I know they're okay and they know I'm okay.
Oh yeah. Well, they're trying to put everybody back in the bottle, and whether it's airways and communication on the internet, whether it's communication with people to people, they're trying to take that away. And any information we get has to come from your quote officials. So there's the tyranny there, and as you can tell, I think they're looks like they're getting ready to dismantle they're trying to dismantle and take away communications on the ham side over there in California, at least, and trying to take away communicational rights and stuff like that, and trying to, using digital as a way, forcing people into digital mode, and is a way to say, look, so you're not using these anymore, and we'll take them back. You guys are all going digital, and it's like, and what they don't understand is they plan on controlling everybody through the digital form. And these new digital repeaters, you have to have an ID through your radio, and they can ban you, make it so you can't connect to their system anytime they want. So what you're really doing is you're taking everybody from the analog and you're forcing them onto digital, which is a more controlled structure, to censor and to do whatever. They can claim anything. They can claim terrorism and all this other stuff, or hate. They're using the hate speech and all this crap. They're making this stuff up to, shut down communication.
Oh yeah, I know. I heard about them trying to use they took something that after 9/11 they instituted the Patriot Act, right, which was supposed to initially, from what I understand, was supposed to protect us from getting attacked from outside influences, like happened there. But now they took that very thing and they're using it against us. Like now we're homegrown terrorists and we're like that. So they're using the very thing that we put in place against us there. That's what. And but I think the next and listen to what I'm saying, because it may be surprised. I think most people, or at least even states, they're like, the heck with this, man. We're doing our own thing. It's not widely thought of in the global community, but I think in the national way of thinking, everybody wants to kind of do their own thing, which is why the mayors and different the governors of different states are doing because they're taking their own roles there. And I'm very happy with ours, with where I live and Texas as well, and a few other places, because we kind of set the tone for a lot of places like that. Not every place, because there's just places, because we see what's happening in California and New York and even in Vegas, these places are craters of what they used to be. They're not anything, nothing to be proud about. So it's like, all these other places, they're standing up against that. They're like, no, we don't want to turn into that. I mean, can you imagine? You go to California, you can actually go into a store and you can steal something. As long as it's under $900, you can steal it, walk out with it with no repercussions whatsoever. The other day, I saw a video of somebody walking into the pharmacy inside one of these convenience stores. I think it was a Walgreens, because I think they shut all the Walgreens down now. That was left in California. They actually walked into the pharmacy, cleaned out the pharmacy, and just walked out. Like nobody's business, Like, why do you want to live in a place like that?
Well, as you know, I'm a researcher, and I've been researching all this stuff, and the system is creating satanic despotism by allowing theft. And in the future, they're going to say, hey, you can't protect yourself. You can't protect your property, and allow everybody to steal. They're giving the criminals the green light. That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to get them to think. What they're trying to do is make the criminals think they actually thought of it themselves. Okay. They're creating the situation. They're creating the situation covertly, but basically they promote it, just like they promoted the dark web. Oh, it's so evil and bad. People are going to the dark web. Well, who created the dark web? British and U.S. intelligence, just like Zello. So how do you promote something that's bad to make it a bad thing? Well, you tell them, you tell them on the news that it's a bad place and criminals are going there, and well, the criminals will think, oh, okay, well, I'll go there too. It's the oldest trick in the book. it's like the Dare to Keep Kids Off Drugs program. If the kids didn't know about drugs and weren't worried about drugs, they would just go out on the, and they would go to school to learn, and they would go to recess and or in high school have their breaks and lunches and whatever. But in grade school, when they started bringing out this Dare to Keep Kids Off Drugs, what did they do? I mean, they told them, they told them how much the drugs cost, where you can get it, how you use it, but don't do it, right? I mean, who does that? Who does that? And they knew the kids were going to rebel against their parents later because they were creating a generation gap at the same time. And a lot of kids rebelled against their parents because, well, their parents were taught different morals than they were in their school. So they rebelled against their parents, and what did they do? They did exactly what they were told not to do. Okay, if you don't want kids subjected to porn, you don't show them porn and then tell them not to watch it. Freaking stupid.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with me, I was well, I guess I can be considered pretty traditional, but the weird thing was I was raised in I was raised in New York, so being around that environment actually caused me to be rebellious, but in a good way. Because since I saw so much badness around me, I wanted to be different. I didn't want to be that way. I didn't want to be cruel. I didn't want to rob from people. I didn't want to do any of that. So, and that spurred, I guess I might have had I've always had respect, but I guess I tried to use my rebellion in a good way. So I turned into a good guy. In the worst place, I turned into a good guy. And when I was growing up, New York wasn't a great place. I made it a good place because I tried to be nice to people, and I tried to, and I remember my dad saying this to me. You're too good, man. You're going to get eaten up and spit out. I remember that. And, yeah. I was like, well, at least I said, well, but if I don't stand for something, if I don't stand up for something, that means I'll accept anything, and I'm not willing to do that.
Well, the black magic and deception that's going on is horrible. And you got people really that mean good or hired or halfway think they're doing something good. It doesn't matter. If they're rewarded money and a position and patted on the back and given what they feel is a responsibility, and then give them security clearance and then make them think that they're smarter than everybody else. You got people who will do whatever they're told to do, right? In military, in the computer world, or in the police world, whatever it is. They don't understand that there's subversion and deception going on, They don't realize that everything that they're doing is the opposite of what they're saying, or everything they promise, they do the opposite, And let me tell you something. I didn't fully understand it at first, but I never trusted doctors to begin with. And I never understood why exactly, but I never trusted them. And then, all my suspicions came true later in life, and it's like, oh, wow, these doctors, who's really running the healthcare system? Is it the doctors? No, the doctors follow protocol. Who started doing research into symbols, and I saw the snake wrapped around the freaking pole and the wings coming off, and I was like, wait a minute, there's something weird going on. If the hospitals were working to begin with, people would be getting healthier over a period of time. Over 15, 20, 30 years, people would be getting healthier, not sicker. But the cover for that is blaming the environment or fast food or other things for doing it. while they just get people addicted to their pharmaceuticals or whatever, and they don't see what's happening. But the same people are behind it. You know, you can't have repeat customers unless you make them sicker, right? And it's just when you see past the illusions they give you, you know, this is right out of the Middle Ages. This has been going on for probably way longer than since the United States was founded. I mean, they've been doing this. They promise one thing, they do another. People can't see the big spectrum. They can't see the whole picture. They see little bits and pieces, but they don't realize it's the same arm of the octopus. You know, maybe it's a different arm of the octopus, but it's still from the same octopus. So the whole, you know, they control. People are so compartmentalized that they don't see how they're being manipulated, because you know, everything's controlled by a very few. But at the surface, everything's compartmentalized. Like the grocery stores, the food seems separate from the hospitals seem separate from the educational system system seems separate from the military and all this stuff. But they're all working together for the same thing, you know. And it makes me angry that we can be fooled so badly, you know. And you know, they make it so clear that they want to depopulate the planet, and yet they care so much that they're going to force the vaccine on us, whether we like it or not. I mean, you know.
Yeah. Well, the latest and greatest to hit the silk, and I mean that. I don't mean mockingly, but I mean in a. I mean, I guess as a person, I feel bad for them, for the families lost, all kinds of things. Politically, I didn't know that much about him, but what's his name? Colin Powell, and yeah, and he was oddly enough double vaccinated, and they said he died from some kind of blood cancer or something. Can't remember what it was, but anyway. But yeah, and that's what it is. They're doing a switcheroo on us, right? They're blaming all the illness on the unvaccinated, when it's actually the vaccinated people are the ones that are getting sick and dying. See? So they're saying, "Oh, if you don't want to die, take the vaccine." Yeah. Nope. I'm sorry, I ain't doing it. So you know, and I know it's not the right thing to do. So I'm not doing it. If I get sick, oh well. I have a much better chance of surviving it if I don't take the darn thing. And it'd be silly if you do, but I still believe in choice. You do it if you want to, and you don't, you know, whatever. But I don't think it should be mandatory that you could lose your job if you don't, or whatever. They, you know, I mean, because they're doing that here in Florida, some places. Now the governor said that, you know, you shouldn't be penalized if you don't take the vaccine. You shouldn't be penalized. But there's still a lot of businesses that are saying, "Hey, you need to, you know, blah blah blah." But I will say, well, then I don't need the job then. You know, that's how strongly I believe in it. But I wish my wife was stronger than that, because she done took it. And I'm kind of worried about her. I mean, she's older, but I worry about her. But you know, I believe in freedom. I believe, so I'm you know, hey, she did what she wanted to do. So, you know, what can you do? So we're both standing on both, you know, both our morals there. She did what she thought was right, and
I did what I thought was right. I support what she did because that's what she wanted to do. Even though I don't approve of it, I respect for what she did because she stood on what she thought. You know, if that makes sense.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what's going on. They're blaming the unvaccinated for people getting sick, but really it's just the effect of the people that had gotten vaccinated. So at some point, they're going to call martial law a medical emergency when these vaccines start really taking effect. I'm guessing it's going to be within 6 months to 8 months, maybe sooner. They're going to call. No, shut everything down. It'll be a bloody mess. They're going to shut everything down, force everybody into testing camps. I could be wrong. I'm not trying to scare anybody. I'm just stating the possibilities. But this is the problem here. Just like any, just everything's a corporation. Everything's compartmentalized in a way where people they project that there's no accountability. Like with the hospital industry, they can screw your life up, kill you, make you sick. You can't sue them. You can't do anything. They're going to get their money either way. And if you die, then you pay death tax, and then they get even more money. And if you're old and you die, and you pay your death tax, and they don't have to pay you any more retirement money out anymore. So there's a lot of motive there. And then for the younger crowd, sterilization seems to be the key. There is no corona vaccine. There's shots. There's shots for the young, and there's shots for the old. And there's probably a different intermediary shot for the middle-aged people. So why should I take a vaccine for a disease that never existed in the first place? And then, but you're demonized for saying so and not trusting, quote, your government, which people claim they don't trust in the first place. Well, why? What, they don't trust their government, but then all of a sudden they trust the FDA and the WHO? Really? It's ran by the same family. So I mean, they want to demonize. It's the same thing with people. They don't realize that they're creating a prison. I mean, ultimately, I don't think they're going to get their way. I think we came on board too early. We called the red flag too early. Yes, there's still a lot of people that aren't listening, but we got there too early. And like Iris Scan and I agreed, and a few other people agreed that they were behind schedule. They don't have us. They're in a hurry now, right? Trying to implement Real ID, trying to get us into this new system, forcing this carbon tax and Agenda 21 and local carbon tax on us. They're trying to implement automation to take us out of the equation. They want to take us off the roads, take us off, take the pilots out of the skies. They want to put everything automated in there. And that's what they want. So they're trying to move very quickly, but they've already been spotted with their pants down. You may not see it, you may not understand, because this whole time everybody's been hearing nothing other than, it's the Rothschilds, or it's Soros, or it's the Bilderberg Group, or it's Zionism, or it's the Vatican, or it's Bill Gates, or it's all these puppets they want to give you. What a lot of people don't understand is that the actual families have been exposed. And in order to divert people's attention, they have to make it look like everybody's on track, finding out that it's the Rothschilds. The Queen's been arrested. The Rothschilds are being arrested for high crimes. No, they're not. They just don't want people to look higher, But anyway, they're in a hurry, and they're going to do evil things, which they've been doing since the beginning of time. Is threat of death, threat of violence, or threat of any threat they can give you of non-safety to force you to give up your liberties for their security. That's what it comes down to. And that's what the selling of safety was always about. Safety this, safety that. Oh, and safety for the environment. That's right. We got to save the world. It's a $250,000 fine and 10 years in jail if you crack an eagle's egg. But hey, everybody, we need as many abortions as we can do a year. We need thousands of abortions a year, folks.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know. I know it's bigger than any of that. Because the world is beginning to deteriorate, right? God in His infinite mercy there made a beautiful planet at the beginning. Obviously, didn't even rain. You just got the morning dew. People lived a heck of a lot longer. All kinds of things. It was beautiful, right? But but we had, and then God gave us dominion over everything, right? But we got selfish, right? We did what we wanted to do, and thereby deteriorated. At that point, the deterioration began, right? That was it. It began that way, and it just continued and continued, and now you see that everything dies. Everything in the universe dies. So it starts from here. Because obviously I'm a person of faith, but I'm also a person of science. So just like any cataclysm, right? An explosion starts from a center point and works its way out, right? Well, I think that's the way the universe is going. It started with us, and the cataclysm, the whatever you want to call it, spread out. So and it's been working with us all the time we've been alive, and our grandparents and great grandparents, and however, whatever model of history you want to subscribe to. But it's spreading out. So even the stars die. Even everything. But it started from that moment of we're gonna do what we want, and the heck with the way things are supposed to be, right? So yeah. So now the only difference is that now it's blatant, you don't have any pretense anymore. People they're getting so emboldened that they're not even pretending anymore. Okay? You got corrupt governments that are doing, governments were put in by people, so thereby people should tell them, hey, you do the job you need to do or you get out. But now it's reversed. Now the people that you put in place rule over you, right? And that's what it is. When in reality, the only person that
Don't mean to cut you off, but that's incorrect. Corporations and institutions had us elect governments that they controlled and made it look like we put the governments in place. Governments are a protection for the elite and corporations and private families. They're private corporations. The United States is in all capital letters, just as every other country around the world. It's a private business enterprise ran by them. Okay, and in order to protect themselves, and they have created elected officials that we think rule over us, or we're supposed to answer for us. Either or, they don't work for us.
Well, no, I'm saying way back when. I'm not saying now. Yeah, now everything's business, and this plan got put in later on. I understand that, but at the very beginning, it didn't start out that way. Corporations didn't come along until quite a bit later, right? And all that. So I'm on board with you there, but I'm just saying, I'm going back
I'm going back before that. Even before the the Industrial Revolution, before any of that. You didn't have any of that. You had the power of we still had people that loaded over us, granted, and that's where the families came in. But there was a point to where we didn't have those elected officials, really.
Well, I don't agree. I do not agree with that. That's not what I've witnessed from my experiences and my research. That's not what I see. Um, Even in medieval days, they made it look like the kings and queens ruled over the people. That was never the case. The dukes and duchesses always had power. The kings and queens were a decoy of illusion of power. Okay, and then they started getting figured out, and it wasn't. It was failing. So what they did was they created a new system, which was the people never thought of this. It was never the people's idea from the very beginning. It was these families who wanted to create a protection from the people and to make it look like their local governments and their elected officials controlled law and controlled the system. It was never the case. This started way before the United States was found. This started off in Egypt and moved on to the Rome area for thousands of years before the United States ever became a, quote, country. It's just an extension of the pyramid scheme. The United States is an extension. It was just, it was never on by itself. They put uniform commercial code in to lock everybody into corporate rules and controls for trading, okay, in the 1500s or 1600s for shipping lanes. And then they took over that way. And even all the way up to World War II with Hitler, that was a deception, intentional deception to make people think that the world was going to be taken over by military means and military force. That was never how they were taken over and conquering the planet. They were doing it simultaneously through the organizations and institutions. Right? There's plenty of proof that corporations and institutions are over what you think is government. Because government is nothing more than an institution with a placard on it saying it's government. All these companies, all these tech companies taking over and forcing us the direction we're going, but your, quote, what you think is government is doing nothing but allowing it to happen. Well, that's because they own it. They make it look like they have consumer protection and they care about you, but this is false. This is artificial. They're doing things behind closed doors. All these tech companies, I don't care which one it is, battery, electric cars, computer chips, different companies with different lettering with a different CEO, but they're all to create artificial competition. In order to make it look like it's coming from, first of all, everything's coming from the black projects. Nothing is coming really from these companies. Everything is coming from the black projects and the think tanks. They have artificial competition everywhere. They had artificial competition with Lyft and Uber. They have artificial competition with McDonald's and Burger King. They have artificial competition with taxis and town cars. They have artificial competition on every level. And throughout the tech industry, you have multiple chip companies. You have multiple electric car companies. But they're all being ran by the exact same people. But government doesn't want to break them up because, why can't they break them up? Because officially, to us, on the surface, with everything being compartmentalized, they have a different name, so they're a different company. It's just not the way it works.
Okay, all right, well, here's the $99,000 question. Below all that, as far as you can tell. I mean, okay. So who or what is running everything? Um, I mean, I've heard all, because you said the families, you mentioned all that stuff as a precursor. So the question is, so indeed, who is running everything? I mean, there has to be somebody, some organization, some entity, because obviously it's not for money because they own everything or they run everything. So money is just a symbol because since they have everything, they can walk, they can do anything. So my question is, so who runs everything? Because the further down you go, the more layers you go. Like you said, all right. I get it. I get the competition angle of it. I know it's all that stuff. But if it's not the families, if it's not the Vatican, if it's not, da 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 da, it keeps going lower and lower and lower. Okay. Well, where's the first block in the upside down pyramid, right? Or who's at the top at the pyramid? Because it works down from us all the way up to the pinnacle of the pyramid, which is the first person. Now, who is that? Obviously, it's not any of these guys. It's not Bezos. It's not Bill Gates. It's none of them. I know that. But who is it? That's the question. As far as you can tell. And you know me long enough. I'm not mocking you. I'm asking a legitimate question because, you got me intrigued. Okay. Because you mentioned quite a few of the theories that was always put out there. So you can only go as far as the breadcrumb, the breadcrumb trail follows. So I'm asking you, as far as you can tell, where does it all lead to? Where's the the Rastafarians, I don't know the alien. I mean, what is it? Where is it? That's a legitimate question. And if you don't want to tell me here, I'm sure there's some kind of other system we can work out to where you can let me know. Because I'm just curious. I want to find out
Have you ever looked in this channel description? I'm just curious. What do you think? What do you think my whole effort was to begin with? Do you know how many times I told people who the families are? I mean, I've repeated it like millions of times. Seriously, man. I mean, all you have to do is look at AIPAC. Look at the Rosenbergs. It'll link you straight to the Orsini family that's had Pope in office or in the Vatican for centuries, off and on. Look, Alex Jones. I don't know if you ever looked at this channel description. If I name the families in the frickin' channel, been there for years. I mean, Alex Jones had a freaking radio show for fucking 30 years. Okay. And he made this video, a 2 or 3 hour video, all about the Rothschilds. Oh, Rothschilds this, Rothschilds that. Oh, he had 5 kids. He went all around the world and they took over the planet. No. The Rothschilds are just bookkeepers. That's all they are. Bookkeepers. The Rothschilds were exposed in the fucking 1800s. But he didn't have the balls to tell you that the Aldobrandini family allowed the Rothschilds to marry into their family in 1970 freaking 4? Come on, man. The most powerful family on this planet, in my opinion, are either the Orsini family, the Aldobrandini family, or the Percy family. George Percy was the Duke of Northumberland. George Percy, his son, is set to be the 13th Duke of Northumberland. I'm guessing he's going to be crowned after the depopulation of the United States, since he's in charge of Agenda 21 for the United States. It's all in there. It's all in the Agenda 21 booklet. You know? I'm sorry if it sounds frustrating. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm just so frustrated. I mean, the people, my stuff is censored so bad. I mean, maybe my profile's empty to you. Maybe it doesn't show anything. Maybe words are changed around, so like I'm just like I think I know what it says in there, but it says something else to everybody else, you know. For all I know, that's what they have, that power. Just like they have the power to freaking send packet bombs to freaking ping me out of time, so freaking I can't get my audio across.
Oh no, it says it in there. I no, but that's see, that was the premise I was working under before. You know, that's why I came here, because I was under the same impression there with the, you know, but I only went as far as the Bilderbergs and all those guys. But that's where I stopped. But see, so you know, so yeah, so we're pretty much on the same page. That's why I asked you before. I said, so what is it? The you know, because I heard all these theories, and I was being honest with you. I'm honest with everybody. I was like, well, I heard the families. I've heard everything from the Vatican. I've heard the stories of the Templars. I've heard. I mean, you know, well, you know, you've heard the same. You've researched all the same things. So yeah, and that's what I asked you there, and thank you for the. But no, it does. It says Lee Rossen, you know, Lee Rossenbergers and the Arcides in there. It says that in there too. It says it all. Didn't block you from any of that, but the that's interesting. I'll have to look. I'll have to kind of noodle that, but even so, I still don't understand what the ultimate thing is. Okay, depopulate. So that just means they have less people that they have to hurdle, or to, you know. I don't, you know, because I don't get what it is. I mean, unless they want to be the only ones to have everything. I you know, the end goal is not clear to me. That's where I'm having a block. Okay, so they want to wipe out everybody they don't like, or so what is their goal? Other than emptying out the planet, evidently. I mean, unless they're under some kind of crazy illusion, I don't get it. You know, delusion. I guess that's what it is. But I don't get what they're thinking, what their end goal is, other than depopulating the planet.
Well, these families, all you have to do is, first of all, when I first woke up and I started seeing all this stuff, that's when I put the information out. Within a week, I saw a knee-jerk reaction. This was in 2008, early 2009, right before Obama took office. I woke up. Okay. And I came across Craig Oxley's stuff. And it was confirming what I already saw myself. So I was like, it was the stuff that's not talked about at all. Not the repetitive stuff. Repetitiveness is designed for deception. That's why they have to repeat the same commercial 50 times a day, to burn an imprint in your head when you're watching TV or something. So, because people, when they're using 10% of their brains, which most people are, they have to be led along. And unless you imprint it into their brains, they're not going to remember. People have a short-term memory span. Did you know that? Maybe I brought this across to you. I mean, I know a lot more than I can speak. It's just that I can't put it in words. That's the problem, because it would sound like I'm hopping around to different subjects all the time. People think that one thing over here isn't related to something way over there. So the problem is that whoever downloaded this stuff into my head at an early age, however it worked, it took years for it to unscramble and for me to make sense of it, But sorry if I'm getting distracted here. My heart monitor says that it's about to stop, so I got to jump my heart again really quick. Okay, so what was I talking about? Like there's information. It's kind of like a Wi-Fi. There's like an information thing. Sometimes I disconnect to it. Sometimes I get disconnected. But when I'm connected to it and I'm focusing, information flows like a water through a fire hose. Trust me. It kind of irritates people sometimes. But there is the creator or whoever it is working through us. And for people to be overwhelmed and can see everything that's going on, it was overwhelming for me too. And I felt like a god almost. But I knew I'm not a creator. I know I'm not a god, and I don't want to be I don't want people to think I'm a god. I don't want to be a false god. I don't want to rule over people. But a lot of people, when they see this and they understand it, they feel like a god. So people do that. But they work through us, and they see through our eyes and hear through our ears, and that's why the scientific community doesn't want to talk about the pineal gland and the true reason for it being there and what it's really used for, and the back door the creators created to take his people back, and all this other stuff going on. But look, Lewis University is in my opinion, it's in Frascati, Italy, and I've researched into Lewis University, and it's nothing more than a fake academy for training criminals to take over the planet and to work for them. If you've ever watched the movie The Invaders of 1967, there's an academy that's a fake school, and they bring in agents to put in certain places and certain controls of certain governments to control their people, right? Well, Lewis University, LUISS.IT in Frascati, Italy, and they have a website. In my opinion, this school is fake. Sure, it's a building with doors, but you find these like fake. They may be real to a certain extent, but it's basically a cover, in my opinion. And who is there? Well, you have Alessandro Orsini. That's right. You have the Farnese family there. You have different bloodlines there. You have Aldobrandini there too. Actually, Giovanni Aldobrandini runs political science. Go ahead and look. So, sorry for hold on a second. Sorry for this long key up. I blame that on losing my train of thought, but I just got it back. So, or did I? The whole goal, son of a bitch.
Take your time. I'm just listening.
Just give me a second here. So okay, going back to 2008, I woke up. And at that point in time, it took me about another 6 months to 8 months to figure out about the Aldobrandini family and the Orsini and the Lewis University, and to really put all the puzzles together, because I saw everything almost. I could unlock everything, like in the Matrix. I could see everything, but it took me a while to get to the bottom of the rabbit hole, to be honest with you. And it took me a little while, and then I came across Craig Oxley stuff. Now, he was talking about these families that were never talked about before, and I found out that happened to be running Lewis University. And so the virus is perfect. They can lock down everybody in their respective countries, and, well, they don't have to show themselves at this, fake university think tank anymore. They can pretend they can go into hiding, and they can control everything through their underground cities or whatever they built underground, right? Did you know, and I've covered this before, I think, but did you know the Pentagon first dig ceremony was on 9/11/1941? Now, I was talking to you the other day how I do believe that the Creator was born on 9/11. And I think there's enough evidence to prove that they're spending so much time and money to imprint death and destruction and bloodshed on 9/11 and emergency to 9/11 so much that they're trying to beat us over the head with the emotional stick, so we relate it to death and destruction when it should be for our creation, right? And then Lucifer fell to earth on December 25th with the clause, Santa Claus. Santa is another word for Satan. Now, I'm not saying, I don't know. I mean, I couldn't make this stuff up. A guy in a red suit, he gives all the boys and girls presents on Christmas if they do what their parents say, who are brainwashed, and do what the school says, which are indoctrineers, right? Indoctrination. But if you don't do what you're supposed to do, you're going to get coal in the stocking. Well, what's good? What good is coal for? Burning. Where would you burn coal? In a fire of hell.
Well, just like you, I could say that I got something. You can't even put it into human words, really. I guess you could call it like a download or whatever. But I know when I hear the truth. Because there's something inside that says, yep. And I've always asked the Creator to always guide my steps. I'm not trying to say, hey, I'm better than it. Anybody can have that. Anybody has that ability. Just ask him honestly, hey, guide my steps. We have free will. But if you give your will knowingly and to the Creator, he'll guide your steps because you asked for it, right? That being the case, he gave me something from a very early age where I know when I hear truth, right? And that's what I hear from you. I hear you're honestly sincere. I've came across a lot of similar information. I probably haven't looked into it as far as you have, but I know from what you speak. And, I know you're onto it, so, so I commend you. I also encourage you to keep up doing what you're doing, and just, help me put the pieces together, at least for myself, not, and I'll do the same thing. I'll just let other people know the same thing. See, because it's a dual message we have. See, because
When we do that, when you're giving the message like that, you're exposing evil, because that's what those people are doing. They're guided by a spirit too, you know. They're guided by their own ambition. They're guided by their own greed. They're guided by literally evil itself. So they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do, right? We're doing what we're supposed to do. We're literally letting people know, hey, this is what these guys are about. So you keep doing what you're doing, you know. And not only that, you say you don't have to fall for this mess, you know. And that's all. I mean, it's the hardest job, but it's also the simplest job, because you're telling people the truth. That's all. And every bit of holy literature out there says the same thing. That truth, you know, that God's ultimate truth is truth, right? And, you know, you bring it to light. You know, if you know, I mean, you're guided by something, right? And you look at the fruits of what it is, you know, by doing what you're doing. Think about it this way. Doing what you're doing, are you getting anything from it? Well, other than telling the messages you're telling, it's not like you're making money from it. It's not like you're progressing yourself in any way. It's not like, it's totally an unselfish act, right? So therefore, you're being pushed by something that's good, because it's altruistic, right? Now, how about you look on the other side of the aisle? And I'll use that just for reference sake. When they do stuff, what are they doing? They're doing it for profit. They're doing it for money. What does the fruits that they bear, suffering, taking advantage of people, death, starvation, usury, all kinds of things like that. So what does that tell you? Who is their master, right? And that's the thing. So I agree with everything you said. I have no problem with everything, because you said a lot of things that I already think. I just, you know, you just say it in a different way. But yeah, that's it. And I started out being Catholic, right? And I knew. I said, man, this ain't a good thing, because it makes absolutely no sense. I mean, it does, but it don't, you know, because everything that it's supposed to be telling you is doing the exact opposite. Very much like our own government right now. Oh, you know, so I don't trust them as far as I could throw the Brooklyn Bridge.
Well, what they do, they don't do it for money, because really it's about keeping it a closed loop system. So that's why they have all their different companies pretending to have artificial competition for everything. For automated cars, it'll look like, you know, like I said before, there's two different companies competing. You'll hear it all the time. It's just to keep. It's not about money. It's about keeping control over the situation, really, because they print the money. They control the resources. They have to throttle it a certain way. They don't want competition. They don't want people owning their own businesses anymore. Every time jobs kept disappearing, and they kept saying, well, we've added new jobs to the sectors, all these presidents, they're just puppets. They're not doing anything. All they did was destroy privately owned businesses by flesh and blood, and had the corporations steal it and take it over, and then offer the job back to people through a different system, through corporations. You know, that's all they're doing. And if the corporations control everything, guess what? They can create a shortage on every level. Even if it's make-believe, they can actually create a shortage. If they only control a certain sector, or just a small portion of the food industry, then they can't, because everybody else would be going forward, and it would be looking like they're holding back, and they have to make it look like everybody's holding back, because they have to make it look like it's a real shortage. Anyway, yeah, I had what I think a lot of people have had my experience, but a lot of people don't realize what it is, and the religious sector is just totally lying to the population. I mean, the Christians, I almost feel sorry for them because I believe in a creator, but I can't call myself Christian. I don't believe in religion, but I believe in a creator. I can't call myself a Christian. You dress up and you go to church, you get fed a bunch of, poppycock. Either they don't care if they lose parts of the congregation or if they keep the parts of the congregation. They win either way, as long as you don't see the deception, right? Either you stop going to church and you don't believe in a creator and you call yourself an atheist, is what they want you to do, or you stay in blind ignorance and false hope. And, they don't tell you, the church never told you about the real creator and how it really works. The creator doesn't talk to you. The creator doesn't whisper in your ear. They have access. He has access to your mind, body, and soul. They download information in memory form of understanding, like you had a second life or something. It's like you remember these things and experiences, but you don't actually remember, how it got there. You don't remember experiencing it with that body, but the memories are there nonetheless. And I was trying to research several ways, this could happen other than what we've been told about our brains being supposed memory banks. And, either A, DNA carries memory that can be accessed by those chosen, or B, it's the pineal gland, and or maybe it's both. I really don't know. But what does the Pope hold in his hand in this cane? Have you ever seen the Pope with the cane? And he sits in a chair with the upside down cross, right? Upside down cross with the cane, with the symbol on top of his cane. What is that? That's the pineal gland. It's the pine cone. They're mocking everybody. They're saying, hey, I'm sitting the cross upside down, sitting in I couldn't make this stuff up. It's absolutely true. They're symbolizing the theft and the hostage of the pineal gland. That's what they've been doing. Did you know that the Farnese, I think it's the Farnese Capricola. Have you looked that up yet? It's the original war room. It's a pentagon. It's pentagon shaped. And they've been doing the same thing for thousands of years, man. History Channel totally lies to you about history. There have been civilizations that have been more advanced than we are today, and that is true. What they're not telling you is why it's no longer existing. They'll pretend they don't know. They have these false claims of discoveries all the time to push their New World Order agenda, but, they don't know what happened to these old civilizations. I can tell you exactly what happened to these civilizations. It's the same exact fate that we're going to deal with here in a very short time unless they're stopped. They're swept under the carpet. Society's dumbed down to another level. The next society, you think it's going to be high-tech with all these electronic devices? Oh, no. Oh, no. It is going to be, it's going to be a computer prison. That's what it's going to be. Maybe high-tech for a short time until they have everybody under control, but I guarantee you it's just all for show. They couldn't allow civilizations that they built to go too far because they would lose control. What did they do with this last civilization? I can tell you what they did with this last civilization before ours. There had to be like a 300 or 400 year space so they can filter everybody out, so they could control history and then start new generations of people that didn't know history. They have to filter everything out so they can just rewrite history first before they can create the new reality. So no one knows what happened to the last civilization. So they had to be about 300 or 400 years to make sure no information filtered down, right? So what I believe happened to this civilization is they got very technical with high-end technology. And what happened, in my belief, is that the powers that be were always in control of that civilization. And they gathered all the technology in blueprints. Everything has a blueprint. It doesn't have to be in physical form created. I mean, if they wanted to bring the 1978 Pinto back, they could do it right now. No problem. They have all the schematics and everything for the 1975 Pinto, 6 Pinto, 8 Pinto. They could bring the 1969, Dodge Charger back if they want to, right? So what they did was they took all that technology, banked it, destroyed civilization, started it over, but at a dumbed down level. And whatever that last civilization made is where they stole this technology that we don't understand and trying to use it against us. Well, I'm sure they figured out anti-gravity technology thousands of years ago. Electricity, very long time ago. They already knew about the light bulb, all this stuff. They had to bring it back into our civilization using their agents as the discoverers, right? Oh, we're going to use, this guy to bring back the light bulb. We're going to bring this guy to bring back the freaking telephone. We're going to bring this guy in to discover the computer. We're going to bring this guy in to discover the wheel. We're going to bring this guy in that brings out the discovery of the car. So on and so forth.
You think Tesla was one of them? I think he was kind of an unexpected rogue agent, though, because I don't think they were planning on him, at least from what I can figure. But yeah, so far that makes sense, which would explain why they had such a, the light bulb on on some of the pyramids. They had the big long tube with the snake running, which was a light bulb, right? So I can see where you're coming up with that, yeah. I also think that the time as we know it, at least this is my understanding of it, maybe I may be wrong, but I'm chewing a piece of gum, so if you wonder what I think time was compressed, and I don't think dinosaurs ever really died out, because if you look on some of the some of the stone places and archways, you see carvings of dinosaurs. And these carvings were way older than 1880, which was when the phrases and the discovery of the dinosaur bones and all that. So I think that which would lend credence to all the legends we had of dragons and all that. They were just dinosaurs. So at least that's the way I think of things. I think that we may want to make ourselves seem so on top of things that we screwed things up a little bit as far as history. So, and like they're trying to do redo now. You see these factions out there that want to knock down statues and do all this. They want to reset the history again. So that's not a far-fetched idea. And let me tell you, I guess maybe I'm different. I'm not your quote-unquote typical Christian. Plus, the current circumstances made it a lot easier for me. So, no, I haven't been to church in quite a while. I don't mind fellowshipping with other people. I love it. I do that all the time. I do it virtually, but I don't even mind doing it in person. But it's not a requirement because, God is with us, right? That's what we were told. If it wasn't true, it would be lying, right? So I don't believe that. I think God's always with us, right? He wants us to communicate together to encourage each other for times like this. But I don't think any organization has a right to tell you, hey, do it this way, do it that way, worship this way, worship. You're going to believe what you want. And so, yeah. And yes, I follow Jesus, so by strict definition, or at least the idea of Jesus or whatever, so by strict definition, yes, I'm a Christian. Am I a typical Christian? No. Because I have certain ideas that I don't think most Christians would consider orthodox or anything like that, but that's okay. I'm Protestant anyway. I started out protesting, so being different is nothing new to me. So, but I believe that the best thing you can do is be kind to your brother, and and all that. So, in that sense, yes, I'm a Christian. I try to follow the best moral code that I can, knowing that I probably can't do it flawlessly, but I try. And that just goes up against all the evil that we face, because we're in a war of evil, and it won't win. It's not gonna win. So, because everything says it. History is proof of it. Everything that's been written has been proof of it. And just know it's, evil will never overpower it. Good intentions, because there'll always be good people. For evil to be overcoming and would have to defeat everybody, and it's not going to do that. So we won. So we'll win. But it's just how much we have to go through, and how much we're willing to grow spiritual, intellectually, and everything else. So, well, I appreciate you sharing it with me, and all that. You've always been a joy and a pleasure to. I'm proud to be associated with you. I'm very happy that we made acquaintance and all that. I hope, at least on a virtual level there, that you would consider me your friend, and right back at you.
Apologize. We had some trespassers coming onto the property, and so I've been dealing with that for the last freaking 30 minutes.